Hello, hello, hello. My name is Ha, and this is Vivian, my wife.
Hi, this is Vivian from New York with love.
Today is a very important day. Today is the Women's Day in Vietnam, and we want to celebrate with you. We also want to use this occasion to celebrate with all the women around the world. And this is a gift that we want to give to you. And in this gift, you are going to meet a lot of amazing people around the world. In Asia, Africa, North America, South America, Europe, Australia, New Zealand. Okay, and they will answer 3 questions. One is, what the superpowers do you have? 2, how can you maximize that superpower? And 3, if you want to get help, how can you connect with them? So leverage that. Happy Women's Day.
Hello, everyone all around the world, and especially gratitude and respect to Vivian and Ha. To do this for women, internationally, to engage them in different women from all over the world. I'm Dr. Susie Mitchell. You can find me on LinkedIn, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions or support in any way. And obviously we will set a couple of questions to ask and give you our answers on that, basically. The first question is obviously, who are we and what do we do and where we're from? I live near London in England, but originally from Malaysia. So that's where I was born and bred, but happen to live in the UK now. And I run my own consultancy business, have done for nearly 30 years, where I go into the corporate world. I work with teams, I work with the CEOs, I work with individuals on transformation. So that could be coaching, mentoring, training and development, mindset. I'm a psychologist by profession, and I just love helping people become the best they can be. So you can obviously see my website, susiemitchell.co.uk. It's got lots of companies that I've worked with on there, but I just love embracing and empowering people's best life so that they can get the best skills to live their best life. What superpowers do you think they need? Well, I think one of the biggest superpowers we all need is confidence. But I also think linked underneath that is the freedom to be authentically us. I think when we connect with people, if they genuinely feel our heart, our soul, then, they're going to like us, trust us, want to work with us, want to connect with us, whatever it is. It's just special to have that confidence level, but also the freedom to be authentically who we are. And I think that's important. The other question we was asked with how can we spread our superpowers and get, maximum benefit for us and give back to the world? And I would say one top of my list, how I built my business and how obviously I've met Vivian and Ha and people I work with internationally, is to connect and network with people, whether that's through platforms like LinkedIn or whether it's in your circle of community where you live. But go and find the people that you feel are your tribe. The people that you feel attracted to with the energetic vibration, the right kind of people. Because we don't want to work with people that maybe don't get us, or we don't feel drawn to. So I think that's a very, very important fact. Find that energy fit that you feel is dynamic and right. That's the key thing. So, from my heart to yours, I wish everybody huge success on the planet, huge energetic vibration to live your authentic life and embrace people, embrace who you are, and embrace each other. Anyway, lots of love from England. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Mary Ciani, and I am taping this in New York City in honor of Women's International Day. I was asked to talk about what a superpower of women might be, and I've been spending the last few days kind of mulling over what is that one superpower, because we have many. And the one that I settled on is the superpower perhaps an overarching superpower of resilience. And when I think about resilience, I think that for me, it comes from the strength of other women. I have found that I am the most resilient, the most able to adapt to changes in my life, whether they're personal or professional, when I count on the camaraderie of the women around me, whether they're my friends or they're my professional colleagues. I have found that leaning into other women for strength, for ideas, for encouragement, for laughter, is what gives me the superpower of being resilient.
Hello all women out there and happy Women's Day. My name is Thijs van Loon, or Thai van Loon, and I have my own company here in Vietnam called Better Works Asia. I'm a trainer and a coach, and today I definitely want to remind you, especially on a day like this, that women have one very big superpower, which is their ability to be empathetic. As no other, women have that capability to actually listen, showcase that they care, and as a result, make other people feel valued. This is something that is incredible, and it is something that very few other people have. So please, women, keep doing what you're doing, keep being who you are, and have a fantastic Women's Day. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Victoria Spashchenko, and I'm sending you my warmest greetings from Kyiv, the heart of Ukraine, country of brave, free, invincible, and unbreakable men and women. Here we're discussing superpowers. And to me, there are two important aspects. What is a superpower and how it is used? Let me answer with this story. In 2014, Russia occupied part of my country and in 2022 launched the full-scale invasion, planning to take Ukraine in 3 days. They had a lot of weapons and they thought enough power to do that. But they didn't realize something deeper. Missiles can ruin buildings and kill individuals, but they cannot destroy the spiritually strong, free nation. If Ukraine were a woman, her superpower, I think, would be spiritual strength, gratitude, and love. Love for freedom, dignity, justice, and life itself. She is confident of herself. She knows that whatever comes her way, she will cope and manage and complete her global mission. She didn't accept the role of a victim. Instead, she adopted the role and the language of a winner. And these are the superpowers I would like to share with you from Ukraine. Spiritual strength, love, gratitude, and confidence in your own powers. Happy Women's Day.
My name is Kim Otavi. I'm joining you from Zambia. I'm an entrepreneur and a speaker. I believe that we access our superpower when we step into our true selves, when we align with who we truly are, our authentic selves. That is when we can really connect and unleash that power that exists within us, our authentic power. And how can we do that today? Simply by following your joy, following your passion, aligning with what really makes your heart sing. When we do that, we are aligning with our true selves and can then access that power that lies within all of us.
My name is Kerry Cooper, and I'm the professor of organizational psychology and health at the Alliance Manchester Business School at the University of Manchester. I have studied for many years the issues around the workplace involving people, from stress to well-being to women at work. The event that's occurring in Vietnam on Women's Day is really important. women are playing an increasing role in the workplace over the last decade or two. And this is an important opportunity for all of us to be there to support women in their challenges and their opportunities to get ahead in the workplace. I've found that over the years, the best PhD students of mine have always been women. They've worked really hard. They've got very good jobs in the end, but many women in the workplace find it difficult, find the obstacles there, and we need to do something about it. We need to create a healthier work environment, one that encourages and supports women in their role in the workplace and in life more generally. So I would like to back the Vietnam Women's Week because I think it's really important for the future of not only the women themselves, but the country as you pursue and become much more competitive. So any way I can help, please let me know. I'm at the University of Manchester, prepared to help in any way I can. Thank you and have a wonderful event.
Hello, this is Christy Ward, and I'm talking to you from Denver, Colorado, where I have a business called the Impact Institute. I do leadership classes, I teach teams how to get along, I work with doctors on their communication skills, and I also certify trainers and instructional designers because learning is core to all of the things that we do in this life. And if I can teach trainers and facilitators to be better at their craft, that's one of the things that gives me great joy. I also am a board member for a group called Together We Can Change the World, where I had the opportunity to visit Vietnam in April of 2025. It was a transformative experience because of the fabulous people that I met, mostly women in leadership roles. And I want to take you back a little bit as we start to talk about women and empowering women and women's superpowers and think about history. One of my favorite female characters in history is a woman named Scota. Scota was an Egyptian princess who took several people to Ireland, and there they established the Gaelic kingdom. So this was a very long time ago. Scota was a warrior. She was also a leader who knew exactly what to do in times of crisis, leadership under pressure. And as you look at many of the famous women in history, and I'll tell you why I'm connecting this to yours and my superpower in 2025 in just a moment. But when you think about some of the women in history who have made history, Scota, Cleopatra, Queen Hatshepsut, who was Egyptian and one of the first female Egyptian pharaohs, Empress Theodora in the Byzantine era, who was a champion for women. And why am I sharing this with you? There's a lot of names we could look at, contemporary names, but history shows us that one of the things these women did that was their superpower was leadership under pressure. They were able to negotiate. They were intelligent. Some of them spoke several different languages. You and I get to lead too. We may lead the children in our family. We may have an opportunity to lead in a school where we impact a lot of different lives. We certainly lead in our business ventures, whatever those happen to be, whether we're working with customers, whether we're working with patients, whether we're working in charity or any kind of endeavor that we take on. And leadership is easy when there's no chaos and there's no crisis. But it's very difficult when there's chaos and crisis. And we live in a time in 2025 when one of the most important superpowers women have is our ability to maintain our calm, our cool, to still show empathy and compassion, and lead under pressure. So I would suggest that when you are thinking about, oh, I don't have anything to give, I am just a housewife. I am just a teacher. I am just a nurse. I am just a worker. I work in an office. You, as women, are the ones that have the power to demonstrate true leadership under pressure. We take a breath, we look at the situation, we strategize, we communicate with the people around us, and we come up with solutions that many times our male counterparts didn't even think of. So think about yourself this week as you look at the women in your country and celebrate the many things they've done, and think about when you have a chance to show leadership under pressure, what does that look like? You can reach me at christieward.com, CHRISTIEWARD.com, which is my name. Or you can reach out to me on WhatsApp, +1 for US and 720-935-3530. I bless you and tell you that the most important thing we do as women is when we strategize and are leaders under pressure.
My name is Whitney Johnson. I live in Lexington, Virginia, in the United States. I'm the CEO of Disruption Advisors, and the superpower that women have is that we're able to discern truth and we're able to articulate the truth with gentleness. And the way that we can maximize that superpower is by being willing to use our voices to, once we see things that are good, to be able to point them out, to highlight them, to talk about them, to articulate them. And I truly hope, that's my wish for all of the women in Vietnam today, that you will be able to see goodness and you will be able to articulate goodness. Have a wonderful October 20th. Take care.
Hi everyone. Hi Vivian. Hi. Thank you so much for inviting me to be part of your amazing global initiative supporting women worldwide to unleash their superpowers and use them to create better today and all tomorrows. My name is Tanya Bogatay. I'm visionary leadership and team coach at the Moral Leadership and founder of the Power for Change Institute, where we empower individuals and communities to be change catalysts and leaders of positive changes, locally, regionally, nationally, but all together, also always globally. So superpowers that we women have and can give in for the global good of all, I would say is the power of creation, the power of transformation, and the power of nurturing with relentless compassion, courage, resourcefulness, patience, persistence, and consistency. I believe that's pretty much also as nature is, and as our true nature is. If we connect, realign, and connect with each other. Our superpowers are not passive. This is the way how we can express our brilliance, our unique gifts, and what we can create together. As such, these superpowers makes us powerful, visionary connectors who can provide transformative guidance and who can empower communities. So if we women use this unique brilliance that we have and inspire and empower others in our communities to use their superpowers, we can co-create an unstoppable ripple effect of inspiration, empowerment, and action, so we can all together create and accelerate, multiply the desired positive impact in our communities. We can serve as change catalysts, leaders, to unleash that potential, that unique brilliance in every one of us in communities, and also of that shared wisdom that we all have together. We can also serve as change makers and innovators, forging ways how to do it differently, how to do it better, how to do it together, towards sustainable growth and better shared future. So let's make it together. Let's envision the vision that is strong enough to pull us all together further on, that inspires us and empowers us to step in, to step up, and to learn what we need to learn, to unlearn, to relearn, and find the ways how we can all thrive, not on the expenses of each other, but actually make enough space, enough room for all of us to be happy in it, to be healthy in it, and all of us to be prosperous in it. So let's nurture our beautiful minds, hearts, and environments. So sending lots of love from Slovenia all around the world. Feel free to connect by LinkedIn or through our website so we can create something amazing together. Take care.
Hi, my name is John Tarantino. I live in the beautiful city of Providence, Rhode Island, in the United States of America. And I'm here to celebrate with you National Women's Day, where we honor and celebrate all of the amazing women in our lives, in the world. Now, Vietnam celebrates National Women's Day on October 20th. And whether you're in Vietnam or in Providence, Rhode Island, or anywhere in the world, there should be a celebration of women on that day and every day. Let me tell you just briefly who I am and what I do. I've been a lawyer for approximately 45 years, and in addition to being a lawyer over the last several years, I have served as the managing trustee of a large private family foundation that helps elevate disadvantaged communities. I take great joy in that role. We have given grants to more than 350 organizations. We have given more than $100 million in grants. And we support education and healthcare and housing, entrepreneurship, criminal justice, civil justice, and many, many more important things. And then finally, I am the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer of a company called Ilon Precision Oncology, LLC. And Ilon Precision Oncology works with oncologists and their patients to try to put together the most successful, efficient, and likely to succeed treatment program for patients suffering from very challenging forms of cancer. That also is a very, very rewarding role that I have. I've been extremely fortunate to give 2 TEDx talks, both of which have been extremely popular. My first talk, Redemption Stories, has more than 26 million views. And my second talk, You Only Have One Life Until You Have Another, which only came out about 6 months ago, has about 7.2 million views. What is there to celebrate about women, and why do we do it? One of the things that I have always focused on in my career is the importance of leadership. Leadership is different than management. Leadership inspires people, motivates people, encourages people to be successful and to do the right things. And women have, in my experience, the greatest leadership skills. They have grit, they have resilience, they have creativity, they know how to foster interpersonal relationships, They have amazing communication skills. They have intuition. They know what's the right thing to do and how to get it done. They listen. They actually listen to what other people say, men and women. They have empathy. They can go beyond themselves and empathize with others who have problems, who have issues, who need help, who need a leader to guide them. And they have unique problem-solving skills. They know how to focus on a problem, analyze a problem, get different views together as part of their leadership into determining how best to solve that problem. In my experience, the best lawyer I know is a woman. The best leader I know is a woman. The most empathetic person I know is a woman. And the person I admire most is a woman. That's not coincidence. It's not coincidence. It's because of the strengths and the superpowers of women. So as we celebrate National Women's Day on October 20th, I applaud you all. I applaud all women. I celebrate you. I thank you for everything that you do. If you would ever like to reach me or be in touch with me, you can find me on LinkedIn, John Tarantino, Tarantino, on Instagram at jtarantino73, or my email, jtarantino73@gmail.com. May God bless you all.
Hi, my name is Victoria Bethlehem, and I am the Group HR Director for Education and Motion, which is a global network of international schools based across Europe, the UK, and Asia. I am based in Singapore, which is where our head office is, and I am originally from Australia. So it's been a pleasure to be asked to record my thoughts today. And honestly, when someone asks you, what are your superpowers? I immediately feel a bit, I don't know that I want that attention on me, because I think everybody has their superpowers. And part of the superpower is not necessarily being egotistical or flaunting about it. So doing this recording was a bit odd, but here goes. I think that one of my superpowers is the ability to juggle and compartmentalize. What do I mean by that? As women, we often have to juggle so much. You might be a parent, or you could be very close to other people's children, working full time, trying to be a friend, trying to be a good daughter and supportive of our parents, and then also trying to keep some time for yourself. So all of that juggling can be incredibly challenging. And I think that one of the things that I am able to do is to carve out time for all of those things in my life. I deal with stress, and the stress of juggling all those things, by compartmentalizing. And I call it my set of drawers. So in each of my drawers, I have something in my life that I need to give time and attention to. When I'm trying to deal with a lot of them simultaneously, I imagine that they're like a big set of drawers in front of me with a handle. And I pull on one handle, pull the drawer out, and I deal with that particular thing. And then when I'm done with it, I push that drawer back in and I move on to the next. Sometimes multiple drawers are open at the same time, and that's okay. You might need to move between them, which is regularly the case. But if something really requires your attention and it's conflicting with other things, I find that the focusing on one thing at a time and knowing that those other things will be sitting there and you can deal with them afterwards once you've dealt with that most urgent is my way of coping with having a really intense schedule, workload, or demands. So yeah, maybe that could work for you. Have your own set of drawers. What I have found by having this approach is that it helps me give perspective. I'm often thinking to myself, which drawers should I be opening now? And which drawers can I close and perhaps return to them a bit later? That perspective, that ability to be able to say it's important but not urgent, I think is really vital to staying cool, calm, collected, and managing through perhaps some of those more stressful times. It's also okay to not have the answers. And sometimes when I pull out those drawers and I think to myself, I don't know what to do right now, I close that drawer knowing I'm going to come back to it later once I've had a bit more of a think on it. So again, that's something that I do. Hopefully it's helpful to maybe just one of you listening today. If you want to stay in contact, no problem. I'm on LinkedIn, Victoria Bethlehem. Happy to hear from you and all the best. Thanks.
Hello. I'm Irina Cosma and I'm an executive coach, speaker and consultant. I help professionals become possibility thinkers by using the power of options. I believe that we always have the option to become better at what we do and who we are. I write for Harvard Business Review, I teach at Purdue, and I lived in 4 different countries. I am originally from Romania, and I've been living in the US for the last 18 years. If I had to name a superpower that women have, I would say that is the ability to hold conflicting ideas at the same time and see possibilities that others might miss. This is called integrative thinking, the capacity to navigate paradox, synthesize solutions, and discover options when things feel stuck. But actually, this is not just a mindset. This is actually how the brain works. Our brains are constantly predicting what will happen next. That's what the neuroscientist Lisa Feldman Barrett talks about. Our reactions aren't automatic. They are constructed predictions. So the more we can expand those predictions, the more options our brain can actually see. So how can anybody maximize this superpower today? First, embrace complexity instead of rushing for the right answer too fast. Notice the different perspectives around you. Ask yourself, what options haven't I considered yet? Or is there a way to synthesize this idea into something new? My favorite question is, and what else? Generate at least 20 or more options until you find the best possible answer. Second, practice intentionally. Seek out situations that feel uncertain or ambiguous. Don't shy away from them. Every time you hold that complexity without forcing closure, our brains become better at spotting creative solutions. We are not just solving problems, we are expanding the landscape of what's possible. Finally, remember, stuckness isn't about a lack of talent or ideas. It's almost always about the limited options in our view. And your superpower is seeing beyond those limits. So start exploring today that space where multiple possibilities exist. That's all from me for now. I do want to leave you with one resource. I have a guide with my favorite suggestions on how to elevate your professional success. You can find it and get it for free at irinacosma.com/guide. See you around.
Hello, I'm Leilani Rashida Henry, coming to you from the Rocky Mountains of Colorado, wishing you a happy Women's Day. I'm a consultant, a speaker, an energy healer, an author, and a leadership consultant. My book is The Call of Antarctica, Exploring and Protecting Earth's Coldest Continent. When I started writing that book, I knew nothing about Antarctica. I knew nothing about my father's experiences as the first Black person to set foot on Antarctica. His name was George Gibbs. And that's relevant because I learned about synchronicity. I learned about trusting your gut. I learned about the alignment between your gut and your heart and your mind and how important that is. I think our superpower as women is intuition, following that instinct, following that little voice inside of us that everyone has. I think women more often trust that voice. And I'm encouraging you to know that your intuition is definitely a superpower. As a leadership consultant, I created an instrument called the Leadership Vitality Checkup, which encourages leaders of all kinds to integrate their whole brain, to understand that intuition and analysis are both important, and that we need to trust our intuition. In organizations, many times we aren't allowed, we aren't, we are not able, we are maybe afraid to speak up if we have an intuitive knowing. I've interviewed many people that said there's missed opportunities because they didn't feel comfortable working with their intuition. And along with intuition is embodying change. So I think women have a flexibility, have an adaptability, the ability to reach their goal, to look for the highest peak and to go for it and be courageous. And as a superpower with the intuition can send that make it easy. Your intuition can make things easy. Things don't have to be difficult. So I encourage you to practice daily, celebrating if you have that small voice that you've listened to, if you have made a decision based on intuition and analysis and your intuition has won out. Practice knowing how it feels in your gut, that yes, that strong yes, or a strong no, and be able to discern the difference. And the Leadership Vitality Checkup encourages self-care. It encourages movement. It encourages his ability to vision and aspire, be clear about what you want. And it all starts with trusting your intuition. So use your superpower, and I wish you a happy Women's Day.
Hello, good day to you all. Here's Felicio from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. My big friend Noira and his wife Vivian asked me to record this video to talk about the Women's Day. In fact, in Brazil, this month is called the Pink October because the whole month is to celebrate the women. So I believe all around the world, this is an important moment for us to think about who gave us life. So if I need to talk about myself, I started working in my early 20s, worked for 34 years. These 30 years in two multinationals, one Shell Oil, the other one British American Tobacco. And I have lived in 6 different countries. So I lived in the US, in Trinidad and Tobago, in the Caribbean. I lived in Costa Rica for 2 times, total 4 years. Then I moved to Sri Lanka, and I lived there for 3 years. Then came back to Costa Rica, and my last appointment was in Georgia, in Caucasus, managing 4 different markets: Azerbaijan, Caucasus, Azerbaijan, Moldova, Georgia, and Armenia. In these 30 years working, 19 years abroad, I learned a lot about diversity. And when we need to talk about women, for me it's not just ticking the box that we have an amount of women working in the organization or in the management team or in the board. It's more than that. It's about business. Diversity for me is because it makes business sense, not because you are checking the box about the quantity of diverse people are working in your organization. And for me, there's a big difference about diversity and inclusion as well. I use it to say that diversity is to invite to the party. Inclusion is invite to dance. I believe that it's not only ticking the box that you have a certain percentage, but are they being part of the decisions? Because if we have different customers, consumers, for our products or service, it makes business sense to have a diverse team taking decision, because in the end you are giving products or services to them as well. So I want to celebrate again. Thanks Ha and Vivian. I wish you all the best. I can't imagine a world, and I know that Noiha asked me about the superpower. Even my girlfriend, Carla, she has a shirt that is Wonder Woman. And I believe that all the women, they do many shifts to survive. They do work as a worker, and then they have a second shift at home, and they have another shift studying. So I really take my hats off to women. I don't think the world would be, I am sure that the world will be better if we have more women in positions, in leadership positions, and taking the lead. And I'm happy to see that it's already happening. So how can they best connect me? I have a channel, YouTube channel, Leaders Talk. You can find me on LinkedIn as well, Felicio Ferraz. And what women should do to maximize their superpower? Believe in yourself. Don't think that you are the fragile gender. It's not. And even more now that I believe that the soft skills is more important than the hard skills. With AI, you have the hard skills, the content at fingertip. So soft skills that normally the emotional intelligence, it's more more natural in women. Take the advantage of that, because the world would be better, the companies will be better if we take our employees care as if they were our kids, our child. Okay, all the best. Celebrate big and bold the Women's Day in Vietnam, and a big hug to you, Noi and Vivian. Cheers.
Hello everyone, I'm Makiko Kuramoto. I'm a psychologist, university lecturer, and a consulting and coach from Tokyo, Japan. I help people and organizations grow through evidence-based consulting, training, coaching across different sectors. My work focuses on understanding what drives human behavior, how we connect, and why misunderstand each other, and how we can build healthier workplaces and communities. This time I was asked a simple but meaningful question. What superpower do women have? I believe our superpower is care. Evolutionary psychology and neuroscience suggest that women on average are more attuned to subtle signals of pain and distress. Several studies in neuroscience have shown that women's brains respond more strongly to others' pain, especially in regions linked to empathy. Throughout human history, sensitivity helped women protect our children and communities. Today, it continues to help us build more compassionate workplaces. Women notice discomfort before it's spoken. Women sense tension before anyone names it. Women can feel when someone in the room is hurting, even if they are smiling. This is not weakness, this is awareness, and awareness is the power. Organizations and societies rarely fall apart from a lack of intelligence, but they fall apart from a lack of care. So what can we do today to strengthen this superpower? There are three things. First, stop apologizing for being too sensitive. Being sensitive is a good thing. It doesn't mean being weak. It means being aware, caring, and human. Second point, use that awareness to act. If you notice pain, say something gentle. If you sense someone is struggling, reach out and offer help. Empathy becomes leadership when it turns to action. Third, take care of yourself with compassion and respect, just as you do for others. That is how your care stays genuine and strong. When we turn care into courageous action, we lead not with authority, but with humanity. We don't need louder voices. We need warmer hearts. So that's it for my part. If you would like to connect with me, I would love to. So please find me on LinkedIn. Thank you.
Edie, I had somebody wrote to me and they asked me if I could ask you a question. And so I want to ask their question to you. We have International Women's Day is coming up. And it's a day to celebrate women and the impact of women on this world, which is growing exponentially all the time. From now presidents, CEOs, women are in leadership roles, but they're also still raising children, and the womb of our world is the women. What is a woman's superpower in your regard? What do you think?
Loving unconditionally, live in the present, and use the past as the bottom line. It's like a house that you build. You cannot build a house without a foundation. We were born to be free to make choices, and I choose to do what I can do that is humanly possible.
My name is Jane Sum. I'm a chemist by training. I've worked in corporate for around 20 years. A big part of my career I was working in Asia. 3.5 years ago, I decided to step out of corporate and return to my home country here in the Netherlands. So now I'm based in The Hague. I am an executive and leadership coach. I help leaders to show up with confidence and have the impact they want to have, and also to become the leader they want to be, especially for the ones who are working in multinational companies where they have to navigate different cultures and also other complexities in the company. Regarding the superpower of women, I believe it's trusting ourselves, truly believing in who we are, and also when other people doubt us. In order to maximize that superpower, it's really about self-discovery, finding out what is important to us, what we stand for, finding out what our strengths are, what our talents are, and try to use them in our daily life and also in our working life. Be curious, try to experience as much as you can, not afraid to fail, because there is no good or bad, there is no winning or losing. Every experience helps us to learn more and to grow more. I believe if we can do that, if we can stay curious, stay open, not judge, it will also help us in building relationships and build connection, which I believe it's truly important, because we don't need to do things by ourselves. Also asking for help is very important, and being inspired by others is key. So if we really can align our energy with the values we have and the talents we have, I truly believe that we can make a difference in the world, and also in a way that is true to ourselves and that we can really feel fulfilled. If you want to connect, you can find me on LinkedIn. You can find my website there where you can learn more about my work and also my email address. So I'm looking forward to connect with you. And just trust yourself and grow and learn and stay curious, and also trust the process.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mira Brancu. I'm a leadership consulting and coaching psychologist speaking with you from North Carolina in the United States. And when it comes to supporting women, I love helping women leaders break free from harmful socialized beliefs and corresponding habits that hold them back. Now, here's how it shows up. Here's what I know about women's strength. We have incredible emotional strength and emotional intelligence. We have learned to read the room, sense tension, anticipate problems, and understand how relationships can make or break success. And some people might tell you that you're overthinking when you do those things. That's not overthinking. That's your leadership edge. It's emotional strength and emotional intelligence. But here's the thing. There is a shadow side to every strength. If you're really good at understanding how others feel, anticipate what they need, and adjust to those needs, overthinking isn't the problem. The actual shadow side to that strength is that you end up overdoing it, sometimes forgetting to do that for yourself. And if you keep overlooking yourself in those situations, you might lose who you are and what you need as well. So today, I want you to do something slightly different. I don't want you to stop using your amazing superpower since it helps so many people, but I want you to start practicing that superpower on yourself. When something upsets you or makes you feel invalidated, pause and ask, what happened here? What felt wrong? What's mine to own? And what's actually about them or the situation? And here's the second practice I want you to try. Start counting. How many times today did you help others be their best selves? How many times did you do that for yourself? If it's imbalanced, and for most women leaders it is, what is one small way you can shift that balance? If you want to connect with me or learn more about how I help women in leadership roles rebalance their time and reclaim their sense of safety, belonging, and worth, you can find me on LinkedIn at Mira Brancu, M-I-R-A, Brancu, B-R-A-N-C-U, or at my website, www.gotowerscope.com. On Vietnamese Women's Day and every day, remember, your ability to sense the needs of others is brilliant. You deserve that same level of attention and care. So, happy Vietnamese Women's Day to all the incredible women leading with emotional strength and emotional intelligence.
Hi, my name is Carl Vredenberg, and I'm the president and co-founder of a nonprofit called Habits for a Better World. I'm based in Toronto, Canada. We're a 350-person strong global volunteer organization of designers, researchers, filmmakers, and developers, all focused on inspiring people to adopt new habits that are good for their health and for the health of the planet. My co-founder, Carly Williams, is a young woman less than half my age. She's an award-winning filmmaker and producer, and she brings a unique perspective to our organization and to me. I've spent most of my career as a design executive, professor, podcast host, and coach. Carly and I lead the organization absolutely equally. We are kindred spirits, different generations, different experiences, but united in our purpose. Today, about 70% of our volunteers are women, and 3/4 of our leadership team are women too. I believe that women are the key to building a better world. While empathy, foresight, and collaboration aren't uniquely female traits, women are far more likely than men to lead with them. And frankly, I'm embarrassed, saddened, and sometimes even angered that so many leaders who share my gender, race, and age are doing the opposite of creating a better world. So today, I want to celebrate the women leaders who inspire me. Jane Goodall, Greta Thunberg, Malala Yousafzai, Jacinda Ardern, and also the women I've had the privilege to work with, my former Chief of Staff, Lauren Swanson, my Head of Communications, Renee Albert, and my podcast co-hosts, Mandy Kloppers, MJ Shar, and Suzanne Joy Clark, and of course, my co-founder, Carly Williams. I thoroughly enjoy my interactions with them and the additional contributions they make to my life and the world. Each of them brings intellect, empathy, and courage, and they're all making the world a better place in real, tangible ways. And you know, the research backs up what I've been saying. Studies in the Harvard Business Review and the Journal of Applied Psychology report that women leaders are more likely to link their goals to societal impact and uplifting communities, while men in traditional hierarchies most often tie their individual success and metrics. The difference between service and self changes everything about how leadership feels and what it produces. My advice to women, especially young women, is this: do what's in your heart. Live a life of purpose. Know your value and act on it. Be authentic and lead as you. Whether you're changing the entire world or simply making the world around your colleagues, friends, and family a little better, that's leadership. Have purposeful, intentional, and authentic impact. And also to men, especially younger men, my advice is to reject toxic masculinity and instead embrace the strengths that women so often model. Be more empathic. Be more future-focused. Be more collaborative and less competitive. Work with the women in your life. Learn from them. Grow alongside them. Let's all work together, women and men, to increase the tonnage of happiness in the world. Let's counter the negativity with empathy, fear with hope, and division with collaboration. Together, let's create a world that's not only better, but kinder, healthier, and more human. If you'd like to follow our work, visit habitsforabetterworld.org or find me on LinkedIn or on the Life Habits podcast. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Almendra Staffahili, and I am an intercultural trainer. I am also a coach, and I also do work helping people really bring out the best aspects of themselves and show up in ways that makes them feel authentic, in ways that makes them feel like they are able to really respond to things rather than react. So I do coaching. I do that one-on-one. I can also do it with a group or in pairs or couples. I also do training, intercultural training, primarily helping different companies, but also people, understanding how culture plays a role in how they show up and what they're doing with others in terms of their jobs, their interactions, their lives. For a long time, I've worked with people who have been in transitions from one country to another, and in that process have needed to adapt or adjust. And because of our cultures, we really do have a lot of different expectations with regards to how things should be. And so when those don't get met, when you realize that, what you think should happen isn't matching what has actually happened, usually that can bring up a series of challenges in terms of your thoughts, your ideas about what's going on. It can influence your ability to feel confident in the new environment. It can lead to frustration. When your expectations are met, usually things are going better, but there is an adjustment process. And so my role through through coaching, through the training as well, is to accompany people to figure out, okay, so, how am I making sense of things? What is my culture showing me? And then also, what's the local culture making sense of things? And how's it showing up? And then there's a process in that in which I have to learn really how to manage my emotions, find ways to take in what's going on without reacting, taking a step back. So I do work with people with different mindfulness and meditation techniques to help them to get into that more of a witness stance. And then, of course, we're doing all of this because we really want to be able to connect in the new culture. We want to connect in the new situation and make meaningful relationships feel like we're belonging. So that's sort of part of what I do. And the other part really kind of comes after that. Once you know more about yourself, are there parts of you that at this point you realize are holding you back, are things that you want to reduce or you want to remove altogether? And some of those programmings can come from your culture. It can come from the family that you grew up in. It can also come from people that have been influential in your life and who are no longer perhaps a part of it, but are still affecting you. So there's a technique that I use that is called cutting the ties that bind, and it comes from the work of Phyllis Crystal. And there are a number of books that she had published on that subject. So I work as well one-on-one and with groups on that. So, once you get to know who you are, what your identities are, how you're making sense of things, how that helps you or doesn't help you in a new culture or in a new situation, then we can also work on a slightly deeper level, reprogramming the subconscious mind to do that. So in celebration of Women's Day, I've been asked also to think about what's the superpower that women are having these days? One of the things that occurs to me is the ability to relate to others. And I think this is a really important superpower. I know that traditionally we have been socialized to have more of a relational approach. And that is really, really important. I'm finding that the world has become very disconnected. The world has become very much sort of focused on the individual, and we're not here to do things by ourselves. So that superpower, that way to relate to other people, to think about, what is their situation and how can I connect? How can I build a bridge with that person, that sister of mine, that sisterhood? I think that's really important. And that superpower of being able to relate, can also be extended to men. And I think this is something that we really need to start showing people. Don't just think about yourself. Think about how what you're doing is in relationship with other people. And that really creates a sense of connection, which is something that we really need. So how to maximize your relational abilities? Consider how you relate to other people. Consider, what are the relationships that you're most comfortable with, and think about, why is that? What's happened there? Is there trust in that relationship? And if there is, how was that trust created in the first place? Was it just a given? Or did you actually spend some time to get to know that person, to establish that trust, and therefore to have that good relationship? So my advice really to maximize the superpower of relating to other people is to take a moment and see, what's valuable in your relationships. And in looking at that, how can you repeat that more? So that's my invitation on this special day. If you do want to connect with me, you can do it. Most likely, the best way is to either connect with me via email, and my email is almendra@interculturalunderstanding.eu, because my company is called Intercultural Understanding. I also have Instagram for that, and I also have another sort of division of of intercultural understanding that's called Free You World. And so that website is www.freeyou.world. And the Intercultural Understanding website is www.interculturalunderstanding.eu. But I think, reaching out to me via email or even WhatsApp is also a great opportunity to connect with me.
Hello, everyone. I'm Natalie Zwickel-Postružnik, and I'm truly honored to be here with you today. I come from Slovenia, a small but beautiful country in the heart of Europe. I have dedicated the last 3 decades of my life to empowering people and organizations to discover and develop their full potential. I'm the founder and CEO of Insights, a company focused on personal growth, leadership development, and lifelong learning. My work has taken me from corporate boardrooms and government offices to university classrooms and international projects. And what I've learned along the way is that real change always starts with people. Today, I lead several different international projects and initiatives, all focused on empowering women, men, human beings, organizations, and projects that are designed to increase the balance in leadership and help women start confidently into decision-making spaces. I also lecture at universities, coach executives, and mentor women across Europe on their journey toward greater impact, visibility, and self-belief. The superpower that we women have, I believe, is the greatest one of them all. I would say is we create space. We create space for ideas, for people, for solutions, for healing, for growth. Women have unique ability to combine strength with empathy, logic with intuition, and action with reflection. We don't just enter the room, we give space and we expand it. So this capacity to hold complexity and still move forward is what makes women such powerful leaders, innovators, and change makers. And it's not just nice to have because it sounds nice trait. It is a competitive advantage in today's world. I strongly believe that. So how to maximize that superpower? I suggest in 4, let's say, steps. It's actually quite a simple advice, but it's transformative. So let's start with number 1. Own your story. Yes, stop shrinking your experiences, your achievements. Everything you've been through is part of your power. Second one, build your tribe. Yes, surround yourself with people, especially women, who lift you higher, not drain your energy. This is something I've learned the hard way, and it was a great lesson for me as well. The third one is speak up. Your voice does matter. Yeah, whether it's in the meeting or in a classroom or at home or in a community space, don't wait for permission to share your ideas, your views. And the fourth one, very important for me, being a strong advocate for lifelong learning is invest in yourself, grow, learn, never stop evolving, right? So confidence is built through competence, and competence is built through continuous learning. When we do these things, we don't just empower ourselves, we create ripples of change that impact families, organizations, entire nations, societies. So I hope that what I've shared today resonates with you. And if so, please, I'll be glad and very grateful if you connect with me. I would love to stay connected with you to continue this journey and this conversation. You can reach me through my website, www.insights.si, or connect me through LinkedIn. I always enjoy hearing from women, men who are ready to step into their power. So thank you for giving me this opportunity and these few minutes of your time today. But remember, so my farewell is, you are not becoming powerful, you already are. So All that is left is to own it, to use it, and to multiply it. So let's build a world where women don't just sit at a table, but where we design the whole room. Thank you once again, and looking forward to connecting with you.
Hi, I'm Pamela Slim, and I am a writer and a speaker, and I own an agency where we help entrepreneurs scale their business through the intelligent design of intellectual property, like books and programs and certifications. I am originally from the San Francisco Bay Area in California in the US. In the last 23 years, I've lived here in Mesa, Arizona. And when asked to define the superpower for women, first of all, had the immediate thought, women is a huge, huge group of people, half the population, probably a little bit more. And we come from so many different backgrounds, socioeconomic situations, cultures, ages, you name it. And so it's impossible for me to determine what would be a shared superpower, knowing that each individual woman has her own set. What I think is true in my experience is that we have a shared experience of really being underestimated. And the way that that plays out is we need to fight harder to get visibility, to be taken seriously as leaders, to get access to opportunities, in many cases, even just to be safe in our own bodies, in our own communities. And so given that, I feel like one of the things that we can do to be supporting women, first of all, is to stop waiting for somebody else to give you permission to be moving forward to do the things that you want to do. We need to link arms. We need to be building coalitions and helping each other to get that visibility for the leaders that we already are. And with that kind of perspective, I think there is little that we cannot do. So if you want to connect with me, I am at pamelaslim.com. LinkedIn is the main social media location where I hang out, so you can find me there also at Pamela Slim. Thanks so much.
Hello and greetings from Stockholm, Sweden. This is Jean Marie Di Giovanna, global keynote speaker, executive coach, and leadership educator. I work with leaders all over the globe to help them ask new questions, listen without judgment, and lead from a place of curiosity. And it is a pleasure to be with you today for Vietnamese Women's Day and talk about some of the superpowers that women have. I had the pleasure of being in Vietnam for the first time this past April with a group of speakers. We were on a tour with Together We Can Change the World, and that trip changed my world. I had never been to Vietnam before. I was not only impressed by the women leaders that I worked with and met, but I was also inspired by them. And so I want to leave you today with a few of the superpowers that I've seen there, as well as ways to maximize more of those superpowers. I think what women bring to the table are qualities like empathy, compassion, connection, intuition. We have these almost like innately as part of who we are. I also feel that one of our superpowers is being agile and multitasking, being able to accomplish a lot of things all at once. So how can we maximize those qualities? First, by being who we are, by standing in our own personal power. So each time that you're empathetic, each time that you're compassionate or intuitive, when you bring those superpowers out to others, it inspires them to bring out the qualities in themselves as well. You know, one of the ways that we can become more agile and multitask is actually counterintuitive. It's actually to ask for more help. Because when we ask for more help and get support, we're able to support more women. We're able to support others. And lastly, I can't close this video without talking about the superpower of courage. Each of you are incredibly courageous. For the things that we actually are able to do in this lifetime as women, shares how courageous that we are. So I really invite you on this Women's Day to keep being your courageous self. Speak your truth. Keep sharing your gifts and talents. Speak up when you see a better way to do something, or you have a way to contribute to create change. Because the world needs to hear what you have to say. And the time is now. So I wish you a happy Women's Day. And I'd love to stay connected with you. Feel free to reach out on LinkedIn. You can search for my name, Jean Marie DiGiovanna. Or you could go to my website, Jean Marie Speaks, and sign up for any of the tools there that can help really just work with your teams, inspire others, and lead with curiosity. Thank you, and may you have a blessed day.
Hi, I'm Tammy Heerman from Toronto, Canada. My vision is for my daughter, your daughter, and the world's daughters to feel like their voice and contribution has value and that anything is possible. I'm an author, a keynote speaker, and I traveled the world leading workshops for women and the managers that support them. I've worked in the area of advancing women in leadership for almost 2 decades, and I know we have a ton of superpowers such as empathy, collaborating, inclusive decision-making, right, and developing talent. But what I really want to focus on is our ability to execute and get things done. We are masters of our to-do lists at home and at work, and let's be honest, we do get a lot accomplished, don't we? This, of course, is critical in today's world when there's never enough time to get to everything. And being able to execute efficiently and have people depend on you for that is a good thing, isn't it? Until it's not. This strength can also get us in trouble. The risk is that we get known for being tactical, not strategic. We're overlooked for promotions or juicier projects. And we're absolutely capable and deserving of those things. And often we get rewarded with even more tactical work. So to maximize this superpower, you have to learn how to moderate it. You have to know when to get in the weeds and when to lift your head up and look at the big picture. Right? Use those skills of developing others to take things off your plate, right? Relish not just getting things done, which feels pretty darn good. I know it does when you check off on that to-do list, but also solving the big, vexing problems. Connect with me on LinkedIn, Instagram, or tammyheerman.com for lots of information on how to do just this.
Hello, everyone, and happy Vietnamese Women's Day. My name is Adela Iuliana Vladuțoiu, and I'm speaking to you from Romania. I am a CEO, a board director, author, and founder of Think Ahead Advisory, where I help organizations and women leaders turn strategy into real impact and build sustainable growth. Over the past almost 3 decades, I have led businesses in manufacturing, consumer goods, and agribusiness. And today, alongside my other work, I am also a doctoral researcher focused on women's leadership and sustainable business practices. I'm also the author and creator of 2 frameworks that guide my work. Think Ahead, See Free framework, which helps leaders move from strategy to impact through clarity, capability, and commitment. And Think Ahead Leadership Framework, a 5-steps method designed to help women leaders navigate change and thrive. Both are rooted in one core belief that leadership is not about titles, it's not about positions, but about how we show up and how we create value for others. And this brings me to the topic of women's superpower. Because when I think about women's superpower, many words come to my mind. Strength, empathy, determination. But one always rises to the top. Resilience. Not the kind of resilience we so often hear about, the just be strong version, but the deeper kind. The one that means staying true to who we are, especially when things get difficult. My own understanding of resilience goes back to my childhood. I was very close to my grandfather, a very wise man, who once told me, no matter what happens, keep your head up. At the time, I didn't fully grasp the depth of that message. But years later, when life and when leadership became more complex, those words came back to me, especially in moments when I was the only woman in the room, or I was facing resistance or doubt. Throughout my life, keep your head up became not just an advice, but a mindset, a reminder that resilience is built from within. It's not about ignoring hardship, but about standing tall despite it. And that, I believe, is the essence of women's strength, our ability to lead with both courage and grace, to rebuild, to renew, and to never lose sight of who we are. Now I believe we can strengthen our resilience and our impact in 3 ways. First, by supporting each other. Because every time a woman lifts another, we all rise. Second, by staying curious and open to learning, because growth often begins where comfort ends. And third, by living with purpose, knowing not just what we do, but why we do it. Because when we connect our purpose with action, that's where true confidence comes from. Over the years, I have also learned that leadership itself has 3 layers. There is the first one, the foundation, the layer of non-negotiables, integrity, fairness, accountability. Without this, leadership simply cannot exist. The second one is the performing layer, where we deliver results, we drive change, and we create value. And this is where competence, strategy, and execution come together. But the third one is the transformational layer, the one forged through experience, through presence, through authenticity. And most importantly, this is the layer not taught, but lived. And this is where I believe our superpower as women truly shines. Because we lead not only with logic, but with empathy. We balance strength with care. We balance ambition with humility. And that combination of resilience, wisdom, humanity is what makes leadership truly sustainable. So, to all the women celebrating today, wherever you are in your journey, remember that your voice matters, your presence matters, and your story matters. Leadership is not about having all the answers. It's about having the courage to start the conversation, to stand up, and to keep moving forward with integrity and hope. So from Romania to Vietnam, from one woman to many others, I celebrate you. Thank you, and happy Vietnamese Women's Day.
I am Chris Moon, and I am one of the luckiest people to be alive you're likely to meet. I was interviewed by a psychologist recently who studies survival, and he told me I should be dead at least 15 times. So, from that I've worked out, be very careful who you listen to. I have been a professional speaker now for more than 20 years. I share experiences on the balance of life and death, and on the limit of human endurance. And what is useful about those experiences is that there is absolute clarity to illustrate principles we can use in our daily lives to be the best version of ourselves that we can be. I started life farming. By the age of 21, I'd achieved my life's ambition. I was in a partnership. Unfortunately, my business partner became unwell. So I learned out of our biggest disappointments, there is often a great opportunity to grow, to develop, to learn. And it will be that way if we choose to see it that way. So I became an army officer. I did 3 years on counter-terrorist operations, stopping people being blown up. That was something I wanted to continue. So I left and I went to work for a charity clearing landmines and unexploded ordnance in Asia and Africa. I initially worked in Cambodia for 2 years. During the Civil War, I was taken prisoner by Khmer Rouge guerrillas, threatened with execution 7 times, managed to persuade them not to, and negotiated my release with that of my 2 colleagues. It taught me that courage is not about the absence of fear. Courage is about overcoming our fear and our negativity and doing what we know we need to do. That's simply part of daily life. I stayed in Cambodia for another 2 years, and then I moved to Mozambique, East Africa. I was blown up doing the least dangerous thing I ever did, walking in a safe area. There was a device that was non-detectable. It was not possible for my D-miners to locate it. I survived against all the odds. The surgeon who was treating me initially in Mozambique phoned the charity that I worked for and said that I wouldn't live more than an hour, so there was no point in trying to fly me out. But lucky for me, we had an insurance policy that paid to return bodies to the country where the person came from. So they agreed to pay for a light aircraft, and I managed to keep breathing for another 14 hours after they thought I was dead. Did my first marathon less than a year after leaving hospital. I then went and became the world's first amputee ultra-distance runner. That's distances of over 100 miles and upwards. I travel all over the world. I speak all over the world. I'm a really international speaker. And what I share with my audiences is these experiences, because there is absolute clarity on principles we can use in our daily lives. There's academic rigor behind the principles I share. I did my master's in human behavior. I've worked with psychologists and many business schools. People don't really want theory, though. They want the real experience and how to actually use that to do what they do better. I think that at the moment, the great superpower women have is compassion, the ability to relate to people. And if you're looking to find your superpower, try asking these 3 questions. Number 1, what is it that I feel really passionate about? Number 2, how will I focus my energies to be the best version of myself that I can be? And number 3, what do I need to do to keep learning to actually get to where I want to be? Have a great day. And if you want to get in touch with me, you can get me on LinkedIn, Chris Moon MBE, and you can also contact me via my website, www.chrismoon.co.uk. Have a great day.
Hello, my friends, and happy International Women's Day. This is Coach Khan Apostolopoulos reaching out to you from beautiful Colorado here in the USA. On this special day, I wanted to reach out and wish you so many blessings. I may be an international speaker, a best-selling author, a master facilitator, and an executive coach, but more importantly than that, I'm a father, a husband, I am a brother, I'm a son. And to all the amazing women in my life, I am blessed, as we are all, to have you with us. Women bring that humanity, the empathy, the togetherness, the heart and soul of our families, of our businesses, of our teams. Keep being the amazing people that you are. Keep being those amazing collaborators, those amazing leaders that you are. Bring us all together and continue to help us thrive, because without you, we are lost. But with you, we can do something amazing. And for all my colleagues out there, for all the men out there that are wondering how to support women, understand that when we talk about equity in the workplace between men and women, the best way for us to achieve that is for men to raise their standards to the same standards that women hold themselves. So, again, happy International Women's Day, and we are so blessed to have you in our lives.
Hi everyone, Tracy Borison here. I am a authentic marketing advisor, which really just means I am all about people being their authentic selves and being able to use that and harness it into their marketing efforts. I'm from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. I'm really excited to participate in this series today talking about women's superpowers. I believe that women's superpowers are in our emotions. And having had experiences in my past where emotion or too much emotion has been frowned upon in the corporate environment, I still believe that this is our superpower, as it allows us to connect more effectively and in a more sticky way with other people. And so in order to maximize that superpower, I think it's really important for us to have conversation and allow those emotions to flow freely between each other. And whether that is in a conversation about personal lives, about motherhood, about careers, the difficulty combining all of those things, I think there's so much connection that is available. And I think it's really a huge opportunity for women to lead the way in corporate work environments and in all work environments all throughout the world. If you're interested in following my work, you can best find me on LinkedIn, Tracy Borison. I will have pink headphones. This is what I look like on LinkedIn, so you can find me over there. And I personally would be very excited to meet and greet anyone, women and really anyone who wants to get into the conversation about how we can bring more of our superpowers to the world and how you can bring more of your superpower to the world. I think that's it for now. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Michelle Wee, and I've been in Vietnam for 5 years now. I have celebrated Vietnamese Women's Day in the last 3 years, and this year will be my 4th. It is always an extremely exciting time for me to celebrate the women, the incredible women of Vietnam. I am a corporate banker by background, 30 years in corporate banking, just recently, 10 months actually, in fact, to be now an entrepreneur, and I have my own company called Who Says I Can't, doing management consulting. The superpower of women, I would say that they are the glue of institutions, the glue of society. I have seen that working in so many environments, and I'm still in awe of how much we can do. How do we do even more and have even more superpower? We need to take care of ourselves first, and that means mentally as well as physically. The stronger we are, the more happy we are, I believe the better we can contribute to those around us and also to make even greater impact. You can reach out to me on LinkedIn, Michelle with 1 L. I also have my website, Who Says I Can't. So hope to get in touch.
Hello everyone, my name is Inle Sabasenkam. I'm from Laos. I consider myself as the LGBTIQ activist, and I am working on human rights and gender-based violence against women and girls, and also with the LGBTIQ community. So I'm very happy to see you all, and I think the superpower that women have is the confidence. I believe that we all have, as women, we all have confidence within ourselves. So in order to maximize our confidence, I think we all have to reaffirm and to be always remind ourselves all the time about who we are and what we are and what can we do. Yeah, very happy to see all of you here, and if you would like to continue to connect with me, you can email me. My email address is inlusa.oms2012@gmail.com. Inlusa, INLEUSA.OMS2012@gmail.com. Bye.
Like a tiny speck of sand can grow into a pearl. Every Vietnamese woman was once a little girl, a miracle of nature, brilliant by design. Like the summer sun, she was born to shine. Ah, give a girl hope and opportunity. You will be amazed at all that she can be. Every Vietnamese woman was once a little girl with the power to change her The heart of every girl is like a tiny seed. With a little help she can be a mighty tree. With roots so deep she can reach for the sky. She can build a better world, she's not afraid to try. Give a girl hope and opportunity. You will be amazed at all that she can be. Every Vietnamese woman was once a little girl with the power to change her world. With education, she'll have no limitation. She can build her children's expectations. When she's given what's essential, her potential is exponential. Her potential is exponential. Give a girl hope and opportunity. You will be amazed at all that she can be. Every Vietnamese woman was once a little girl with the power to change her world. Every Vietnamese woman, every Vietnamese girl has the power to change her world.
Hello to my dear friends and colleagues in Vietnam, and to women across the world joining this celebration of wisdom, strength, and possibility. I'm deeply honored to take part in this meaningful celebration and want to express my heartfelt thanks to Vivian and Ha Nguyen for their visionary leadership in creating this inspiring project. Through their dedication, we're reminded that when women lead with courage, creativity, and compassion, they not only shape their own futures, but they illuminate the path for others to follow. I'm Shelley Brunswick, an author, speaker, and futurist, joining you from Colorado, USA. It's a true honor to be part of this special day that celebrates the extraordinary power of women, our creativity, our courage, and our capability to lead with compassion. As we celebrate Vietnamese Women's Day, I want every woman listening to remember this truth. The universe expands every time a woman believes in herself. You are not waiting for permission to lead. You are already leading. You're not searching for purpose. You're already living it. When one woman dares to shine, she lights the way for 1,000 others. So keep growing, keep leading, keep shining. Because when women rise, the world rises with us. If you'd like to connect or continue this journey, you can find me on LinkedIn at Shelley Brunswick. Keep dreaming. Keep being bold, acting bravely, and leading with love. Until next time, I'm Shelley Brunswick, and I look forward to seeing you around the galaxy.
Hi, my name is Peter Robertson. I'm from Sweden. I am a senior change manager and an organizational consultant, and I've been that for a few years. I believe that women's superpower resides in that they are much better and prone to be more empathetic. And that is a superpower in today's management culture and organizational culture. So keep that and use it as your superpower and strength. If you're interested in getting more support and where to find more information about this or any guidance, I can be of assistance, of course. And you can reach out to me on LinkedIn. That's the best way to reach me. And be yourself and be strong in your empathetic superpowers.
Hello, my name is Lisa Varley. I'm from Sydney, Australia, and I am the CEO and the co-founder of Equilibrium, a specialist consultancy for medicinal cannabis. My co-founder and business partner is my daughter, who I'm extremely proud of, and together we previously worked at the Entourage Effect, and she was instrumental in us growing from an annual revenue of $12 million to $50 million. We decided to go out and start a female-led business because we believe that women have superpowers and we should be exploiting these superpowers to our advantage. I believe a woman's biggest superpower is empathy and the ability to listen. I think the second superpower that women bring is execution. I've worked for many companies and they've had brilliant ideas and got lots of things to talk about and to do. However, they've always failed with the execution part. I've also worked with and for many companies who don't have a business plan. Your business plan is like your roadmap. You have an overarching strategy and then you may need to change your tactics along the way. I am heavily invested in promoting women in leadership and helping women rise to the top, partly because no one ever helped me. I had to fight tooth and nail to get where I am. I only became a managing director much later in life, and then I became a CEO. And I'm proud of the achievements that I've made, and I'm even prouder to have my own company with my daughter, and we employ some absolutely magnificent women. If you'd like to find out more about me or find out more about my journey, please look me up on LinkedIn. My name is Lisa Varley. You're welcome to follow me or message me, and I'll be happy to help you in any way that I can. Thank you.
Hello, happy Women's Day. You know, negotiation. Some women are afraid of doing it. You shouldn't be. Think about this. The Oxford Dictionary's definition is a discussion aimed at reaching an agreement. You can do that. Besides, the word has negotiation. Go out there, women. Go ask for what you really want. You deserve it.
So 17th October every year is the Women's Day in Oman. So we have our Women's Day today.
17th of what?
October. So today.
Today. Oh my God. We are like 3 days later.
So we started our celebrations yesterday already because today is a weekend in this part of the world. You know, when we talk about women, I am reminded of the thought and the concept of from Hindu mythology and my religion mythology. It says, Yatra Naryastu Pujyate Ramante Tatra Devta. Now this is Sanskrit. And in Sanskrit it says, where women are worshipped, gods dwell there. The society has to understand that women are the source of this whole universe. You and I came from a woman. Our mother was a woman. And the societies over the time kind of evolved and developed into male being superior for a wrong reason. I'm very, very, very happy these days that, you know, I was in an ICF conference, Coaching Federation conference, and there was a conference where 5 women on the panel discussion were talking about women empowerment and how women need to be empowered. So one of the women, a local Arab woman sitting in the audience, she stood up and said, we don't need any empowerment. We're already empowered.
Hello, I'm Andrea Ross. I'm an executive team coach and training facilitator at the Career Establishment, and I'm based in Lisbon, Portugal. So the question is, what superpower do I think women have? I would say juggling multiple roles and priorities, that adaptive agility. So that ability to pivot without losing focus or purpose. And what can you do to maximize that superpower? So make reflection part of your rhythm. So pause after big shifts to ask, what did you learn? What can I carry forward? So use agility to inspire, not just react. And if you're looking to contact me, you can find me on LinkedIn and Instagram.
Hi, my name's Duncan Hewitt, and I'm the former Managing Director of VMware for Asia Pacific. So I led a team of about 3,500 people over 5.5 years. I currently mentor senior women who are leading organisations, and I'm an author of a book called Accelerating Women. As part of what led to that book being created, we had run a program called Tara in India to help women return to the workforce. And I'm delighted to say we helped over 8,000 women return to the IT workforce after a career break. So one of the things I think is a true superpower for women is their inner voice. This is an ability to reflect and absorb what they observe happening around them. It truly is a powerful capability, particularly when you couple it with a level of empathy and listening, that women have a better track record. And in my experience, if that inner voice is coupled with, a supportive environment, it truly leads to amazing career growth and personal growth for women in the workforce. Now, let's come back to this piece a little bit more around a supportive environment. Whether that's your boss or a peer or a mentor externally or coach, or something like a lean-in circle, you do need somewhere that is a trusted space to be able to have the discussions around what you're feeling, what you're experiencing, because in many cases that inner voice actually stops you doing things. So to get the most out of this capability, look for a supportive environment, look for a trusted space where you can share what's going on and what you're feeling. Because if you can couple that, then this brings your ability to learn and grow much faster than most others in the organisation, and particularly men. That isn't our strong suit. So today, as I said, I mentor senior women who are looking to grow in their organisation and bring some of the insights from my career. If that's something that interests you, then please feel free to reach out via LinkedIn. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Philip Rosinski. I'm an executive coach, a team coach, and a leadership development trainer. I'm also the author of a couple of books, Coaching Across Cultures and Global Coaching, and I've contributed to 17 other books. I was born in Belgium, I still live in Belgium, but I travel the world to work with different people. So, what are the superpowers that women have? There are many superpowers that many women have, but I just want to highlight one in particular, which is a sense of caring. Of course, unfortunately, not necessarily all women have that sense of caring, but I've met many women who do have a special sense of caring, and fortunately also some men who care as well. This is so important in today's world, wanting to make a positive difference for others and for the world at large. So what is needed to maximize that superpower? Well, it's beyond this desire to make a positive difference, is being able to make that positive difference, being able to have a great impact. And that's where executive coaching can be helpful, because I've noticed that some women have the greatest of intentions, but are not necessarily in a position to make a positive difference or a great positive difference. They are very competent, but they may get passed over for promotion, even though they deserve to get that senior position. So executive coaching can help in different ways. And the approach I propose is one of looking at human development from multiple perspectives. That's what I describe in my book, Global Coaching, which is about an integrated form of coaching. So, for example, the political perspective is often overlooked in coaching, but it can help a woman, also men, I have to say, but oftentimes women, to build the necessary power to make a positive difference. And they do so by systematically building alliances inside the organization and outside the organization. So we look for different ways for women to have more power to contact with various sources of power. And of course, to use that power in a constructive fashion. So that's one angle. The psychological perspective is also very helpful in coaching to help develop assertiveness so that women can speak up and do so in a constructive fashion, in a calm but firm fashion, building constructive relationship with people, being ready to confront people in a constructive fashion. Remaining humble, but acquiring the self-confidence to assert yourself. So that's the psychological perspective. There are many other aspects that I don't have time to discuss here, but that would be an example of using a psychological perspective to help deploy that superpower. The physical perspective, sometimes I know these women, very busy taking care of all the members of their family, being busy at work, serving many people, and sometimes forgetting to take care of themselves. So here it's about, for example, taking care of yourself by sleeping sufficiently, eating properly, engaging in physical activities, and ensuring that you can be healthy and fit, and therefore better able to take care of others as well as taking care of yourself. The managerial perspective is about varying your style of leadership, so you can call upon others. You can start to delegate to other people appropriately, so not everything falls on your shoulders. And then the cultural perspective, understanding your cultural biases, beliefs, assumptions that may allow you sometimes to be very effective, but sometimes that could constitute blind spots for you and opportunities for development. For example, if in your culture it's important to be indirect in the way you communicate so you don't offend people, well, sometimes people will not get your message. So in this case, it would be useful to also learn to be more direct in your speech so people will understand what you mean. And the good news, it doesn't have to be one or the other. You can learn to be direct and indirect at the same time by being clear and sensitive in the way you deliver your message. The spiritual perspective, having a sense of meaning and purpose, and being able to convey that sense of meaning and purpose. So these are just some examples to help women tap fully into their superpowers. So I'm Philippe Rosinski, and you can reach me via LinkedIn or via my website, philrosinski.com. I look forward to speaking with you, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Minette Norman. I live just north of San Francisco in California in the United States. And I am a speaker, an author, and a leadership consultant. And I've been doing that for about 5 years now. But before I started my writing and speaking and consulting, I worked in Silicon Valley for 30 years in the software industry. I led teams all over the globe. And honestly, being part of Silicon Valley, being in software companies, being a woman in leadership really informed the work that I do now, because so much of the time I felt like I didn't have a voice, as if I wasn't truly welcome in this space, or that I had to conform in order to fit in. And so now I do this work to help leaders and their teams create the conditions where every single person can fully contribute. Everyone has a voice and everyone is valued for who they are uniquely. Because when people feel excluded at work or in any group, they are in pain and they're suffering and they can't do their best work. And when we talk about the workplace, we need everyone to be able to fully contribute. And so that is my life's work from now on, to help leaders do better, to create better, more inclusive, healthier, more human conditions for working. So I got this question: what are women's superpowers? And I realized there is no single answer to that question. But I do have some thoughts about typical ways that women may be different from men, and that can be superpowers if we choose to frame them that way. So generally, when we talk about things like emotional intelligence, empathy, intuition, and sensitivity, these traits are more highly correlated with women than men. And so let's just accept that we have these qualities, we have these traits. We may be very empathetic, and maybe you've been told you're too empathetic and you're too soft. Maybe you've been told you're overly sensitive, or that you need to deal with data more than intuition. I would argue that these are all superpowers, and that we need to see them as superpowers and leverage them as strengths and superpowers, because this is what I'm convinced of. I am convinced that we need more women in leadership. across industries and all over the globe. Because the typical, stereotypical, traditional models of leadership that have been occupied by men over the centuries are no longer working for us. We no longer want leaders who are all-knowing and all-seeing and who issue edicts and commands. We need leaders who are empathetic, who are collaborative, who see that no one can have all the answers and instead tap into the collective genius of their teams and their organizations. And I know that women can excel in these positions of leadership. I've seen it. I've been in those positions myself. And I just want to invite all of you to consider, maybe I could be a leader. Maybe I haven't thought of myself as a leader. Maybe because I've been told I am sensitive, I'm overly sensitive, or I'm too empathetic, or I'm too soft. Instead, let's turn this completely around and say, these are our strengths. These are our superpowers. So what I would recommend is that, first of all, frame all of these things as strengths, not as weaknesses. And then how can I leverage? How can I get better at using empathy to connect with people? How can I use my sensitivity to understand people who are different from me, and to instead embrace differences and create a team where everyone can contribute and everyone can share ideas and we can innovate, we can have better performance, and everyone can also feel that they are welcome and that they belong. So these are things that I would strongly encourage you to tap into as your superpowers, even if you haven't traditionally thought of them that way. And if you haven't thought that you wanted to be in leadership because of the models of leadership that you have seen and experienced, maybe question that belief and think about, what if I put my name forward for that leadership position? What if I told my manager, I do want to go into leadership? What do I need to do? What training do I need to get? How will you support me? And if you're in already a management role, what would the next level be? What if you stepped into a bigger role? I remember thinking I didn't want to manage at some point in my career. And then when I got my first management role, I realized what a privilege it is to be able to lead other people, and how interesting it is, and how might I lead differently from the ways I've seen others lead. And it turned into my whole, I led teams for 20 years all over the world, and I found it was the most enriching, the most meaningful work I could possibly do, because you are impacting other people's lives. You are creating a better path forward for them. And you may not even know the ripple effect of your leadership, but it lasts for a long, long time, has long-lasting impact. So I hope that this gives you a spark, that you step into those superpowers that you may not have thought of as superpowers, and that you take that work forward into the world, wherever you are and whatever you do, to consider leading. Leading as a woman, not as a man. Leading in a way that is true to yourself and not like anyone else. Don't try to be like anyone else. Be true to you. Tap into your unique strengths and talents and bring those forward so that others can benefit from them. If you'd like to learn more about my work, you can follow me on LinkedIn. You can go to my website, MinetteNorman.com. You can sign up for my mailing list. You can get in touch with me. I would love to support you on your leadership journey, because I know in my heart and in my head that we need more women leading all over the world. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carl Hebenstreit, and I'm coming to you from California in the United States. And what I'd like to do is wish everyone a happy International Women's Day. I want to celebrate the fact that what we stereotypically think of as a woman's strength in empathy and emotional intelligence is actually proven through research. Women are indeed more empathic, both emotionally empathic and cognitively empathic. So that means that women are better than men at being able to read the room, to be able to feel their and have more self-awareness about themselves as well as empathy for others, and really experience and know what other people are going through, as well as being able to see other people's perspective. The cognitive part is the other people's perspective. So I want to make sure that women are unashamed about this. This is actually proven. It is true. And please go and leverage that. We need that empathy and emotional intelligence now more than ever in this world. So please feel free to go forth and be role models for it. Encourage others to not hide that. It's not a weakness at all. It is a super strength, a superpower, and please leverage that. There are many ways to do so. You can also role model it by encouraging people to use the Enneagram, for example. That is one of my favorite tools because it does have the ability to show people's self-awareness. Also, for other points of view and perspectives and motivations, as well as finding ways to integrate those other perspectives, those diverse perspectives into one's own, so that we have a more robust and well-rounded appreciation for what is going on in the world, understanding every situation from every single possible angle, and then being able to make the most effective decisions and being able to work with people who are different from ourselves. Please feel free to go forth and prosper and use emotional intelligence and that superpower that you have to make the world a better place. As I said, we need it now more than ever. Happy International Women's Day.
Hi there. My name is Carlos Romero. I'm a mindset and leadership coach. I work with executives and business owners across 30 countries. I am proud to be from El Salvador in Central America. Now, let me tell you something I've seen time and again. One of the greatest superpowers women have is the ability to connect intuition with action. You sense what others don't. And when you move with intention, you create impact, you build bridges, and transform realities. What should you do today to maximize that power? Trust your inner voice, listen, and act with courage. When a woman honors herself, there's no limit to what she can lead. If you'd like to connect with me, you can find me on Instagram at Carlos Romero Coach or visit my website, carlosromero.coach. To every unstoppable woman watching this, I see your strengths. I celebrate your brilliance. Keep leading with purpose. Blessings.
Hello, women of Vietnam. It's good to be with you today. I'm Sally Helgeson. I'm an author, a speaker, and a leadership coach. And for the last 37 years, I have been working with women leaders and aspiring women leaders all around the world to help them and their organizations understand what women have to contribute as leaders. So I have learned a lot about women's superpowers. I've been asked today to talk about one superpower. It was hard to decide, but I chose to focus on women's extraordinary ability to build strong relationships. For decades, I have watched women bring their relationship building skills into the workplace and make the workplace a more human sort of place to be, a warmer and more balanced place to be. And it has been remarkable. You know, as women, we tend to spend a lot of time and invest a lot of energy in building strong relationships. We pay attention to the details of relationships. We tend them. We water them. You could say we water our relationships like we would water a plant to help it grow and develop healthy roots and healthy shoots. That's part of what we do. And we do this through listening, through sympathy, through empathy, through identification, and by asking for and giving advice. And in this way, we develop very strong relationships. It is a great superpower. However, we often don't recognize it as such. We just think of it as how we do things. And well, of course, friends are important to me. So we don't necessarily think about it as a superpower, but we can gain a lot of benefit by doing so. We want to talk about it. We want to talk about how our capacity to build relationships helps our organizations and how it helps our teams. And we want to do that when we're meeting with a mentor or a sponsor, when we're in groups, when we're with our teams. We want to talk about it during performance reviews and on job applications. And we can do that skillfully by tying our capacity to build relationships, giving specific examples of how it helps our organizations and how it helps our teams. Not just in general terms, but being really specific. It's an important thing to do. Now, once we're talking about it, and once we're recognizing that this is something that needs to be acknowledged and that we need to claim and be proud of, we want to ask the question, what might hold us back from maximizing our superpower? And this is where I think I can really be helpful, because it's something that I talk about in my book, How Women Rise, which is about the habits and behaviors most likely to get in the way of successful women as they seek to rise in their careers. So I look at specific behaviors, and one of the important ones is building rather than leveraging relationships. Now, here's How Women Rise. This is the copy of it in English, but it is translated into 26 languages. So it is also, and here's the copy, very proud of this, it is also available in Vietnamese. So you can deepen your understanding of what I'm going to talk about by reading the book. So building rather than leveraging relationships. Building rather than leveraging relationships. What does this mean? It means pouring all your energy into building a relationship and being helpful to other people, being there for them and being loyal to the team and all that, but being reluctant to ask ourselves, ask others for help. That is either help in our careers, which is a strategic kind of help, or help with our specific job, which is more tactical. And I think this is a big reason that women don't get more career benefit from their relationship building power. You know, for years I used to wonder, why is it that women don't benefit? And then I began noticing that women are all give and no ask. And this is something men do all the time. They're always engaging people. Hey, can you recommend me for this? Hey, can you ask so-and-so to, smooth the path for me for that meeting next week? They're really good. They tend to be good in whatever, style it is of the culture at asking for and cultivating people who can be helpful to them. And we're not as comfortable with that. So that can really hold us back. Once I began realizing that this was what was going on, or one of the things that was going on in holding women back, I started asking women, are you good at this? Are you good at engaging other people to get them to be helpful for you in your career? Are you good at asking those questions? And a few times I heard, oh yeah, I'm really good at that. But mostly I heard, no, I'm not good at that, or I'm uncomfortable with that, or I don't really do that sort of thing. I want to show people that I'm really a friend. I don't want to be perceived as a user. Or I heard, I think that if I ask people for help, they may think that I'm not qualified for my job or not qualified for the next job. So there were a lot of sort of fears holding women back. But I was particularly intrigued by that reluctance to ask for help because you're afraid of being perceived as a user. because the research shows, and this is interesting, and we want to keep it in mind, the research shows when people are surveyed about what they perceive as the primary benefit of helping other people, you know what they say? They say, it makes me feel good about myself. So if you are reluctant to ask for help in your career, I would ask you, why would you deprive other people of the opportunity to feel good about themselves? It's a good thing you can do. It's not being a user. Very, very important. Also, when we ask for help, we want to demonstrate that we're also available to help other people. We can articulate that. We can say, I'm glad to help you in whatever way I can. I know you're undertaking this new project. I used to work in a company where this is what we did. If there's anyone I can introduce you to, I'm glad to do that. So when we start doing that, we start asking for help, but also putting out reciprocal offers. Oh, you're doing a great job on that project. Can I nominate you for this award that's coming up? Those are the kinds of things that position us to engage people, not only in terms of building relationships and friendships, but engage people in the reciprocal work of making one another's work lives better. It is a good thing. It's not being a user. Important to understand. So I hope this bit of advice can be useful to you in maximizing your superpower for building strong relationships. Again, I'm Sally Helgeson, and you can reach me easily at sallyhelgeson.com. There's a contact button. It goes directly to my email. I always see the emails. I always answer them. So I am here. I am available to help you and glad to put the expertise I've developed in these many decades to work for the women of Vietnam. Good luck.
My name is John Masood Pervez. I'm a business transformation expert. I'm known in the industry for creating business breakthrough by utilizing digital and workforce transformation. I'm also author of 100X book series, which is a toolbox for business leaders and professionals to create business breakthrough for their companies. So now the first question is about, what superpower do you think women are having? It's a very small word, but very powerful. It's called caring. Because this is a one simple word, care. A woman can turn a brick and mortars into a wonderful house. This care thing can turn out a bunch of two people, can turn into a family. So this is a very powerful one. So now, what women can do to maximize this power, right? So first, I'd like to talk about Charles Munger, because I have learned that the thing kills you, just do opposite. So I will say there are two common advice everybody give it to the women, and that's what kills their superpower called caring. That's the thing. So what's the first one? The first one is about, be strong. Women is not born to be strong. Women are not where to be act like a man. Right now, the present industrial age turn women to almost act like a man, and they get rewarded for that one too. And with that aspects, they lose their superpower, which is about caring. The second thing is about love yourself, and that is a terrible advice for almost everyone, and particularly for women. So women are more successful by giving their love to other people, to their parents, to their siblings, to the man they're in love with. And because that's what creates a wonderful thing for them. So my advice, it's simple. Do not listen to these terrible two advices. Be yourself, be a woman, be feminine. And what do? Put more love around you. Put more love to your parents, to your siblings, to the man in love with. And you see, wonderful world you will be creating without any doubt. Alright, so I'm in LinkedIn. If you are looking for any resources about business transformation, follow me in LinkedIn, Masood Pervez. You can find me there too. I'm also on YouTube. I'm sharing a lot of tech tools. Check it out in the tech tools in the YouTube. If you're looking for more tips about what's happening in Vietnam and what is my opinion about this one, and you want to share about different development initiative of Vietnam too, search me John Masood Pervez in TikTok and you can find me there too. And that's how I'm almost every social media platform. Get in touch, let's exchange knowledge, and let's make this world a better place. And hey, I want to say one more thing. This is very important. Happy Women's Day. I wish you this year makes you more happy and make you more feminine so you can create and paint a wonderful world together with us, with men.
Hello everyone. My name is Jivi Saran and I'm speaking to you today from Vancouver, Canada. I am the CEO and founder of Quantum Business Growth. I believe that the superpower of every woman is the ability to consciously create. We are creators. And happy Women's Day to each and every one of you, from my heart to yours. When I talk about women being conscious creators, I think about things like empathy and nurturing, being able to build family homes, being able to, being pregnant, having children, nurturing children. All of those very beautiful things are all about creation. Not only am I the CEO of Quantum Business Growth, but I'm also a scholar practitioner currently doing my doctorate in business. I am also a business advisor. So everything is possible. I am also the mother of 2 beautiful children at the ages of 31 and 27. Yes, when people say, can we do it all? You can do it all. You can create a loving and nurturing environment. We can inspire each other to be the best. We can help each other as a collective. I think the best of the best are women that have actually done so much in their lives and have helped other women and inspired other women through their storytelling. I think it's time. It's time for us to rise. It's time for you to shine your magnificence, your brilliance in the world. We are born on Project Earth with a job description. We need to figure out what that job description is for you. And we will only know that if we are authentic, if we are transparent, if we are telling ourselves the truth about who we are. If we constantly wear a costume for other people, trying to be someone for someone else, we will never be able to figure out who we are. So it's time. It's time to remove that costume that you may have been wearing for other people. And it's now time for you to live into your integrity, your authenticity, into who am I in the world. If I am born on Project Earth, then what am I here to do? How do we help each other discover what are you here to do? What inspires you? What makes your heart glow? What makes you laugh at things? Yes, that's what's important. What's important is we rise together, that we help each other, we support each other, just as women have done for centuries. For centuries, women have been the nurturers. They have been the women that help support each other, and we can be that again. So happy Women's Day from the bottom of my heart. It is time to celebrate the brilliance of who you are. Celebrate the magnificence of who you are, and celebrate the self-identity of who you are. In my life, I feel that, it doesn't matter how many achievements you have, how many accomplishments you have, how much education you have. All of that becomes redundant if we can't have a human-to-human conversation. Here is my humanity reaching out to yours. You got this. You got this more than you've ever known before. You can do it. Anything you set your mind to, because your superpower is conscious creation, you can create it. You can create that reality. It's yours. Yeah. It's very simple. It's not as complex as we like it to be, or we make it out to be. I understand there's challenges. I understand there's difficulties along the way. I'm not negating that. But isn't it how we respond to those challenges and decisions that's all within our control? Our response is our control. So if we took a moment to take control of our response to those challenges, difficulties, all of those things that arise in everybody's life, maybe we look at the narrative differently. Maybe every single obstacle is a possibility. What if the world was all possible? In this moment in time, there are multiple realities that exist. Multiple realities. That's quantum mechanics. Yeah? So as women, I think we need to recognize that one option is not the only option. We have so many other alternatives. And being conscious creators, we are well aware of multiple realities. We are a mom. We are a daughter. We are a mother. We are a sister. We are an aunt. We take on so many roles. We might be working outside the home. You might be working inside the home. There's so many realities that a woman leads. So can you imagine if we applied those realities to our authentic self? If we removed the costume that we wear for other people, could you imagine for just a moment the brilliance and magnificence that would shine through? I didn't know that today I would be sitting here speaking to you about my business. I didn't know that quantum business would take off in the way that it did. I have been featured in so many magazines. We have won so many awards for the work that we have done in quantum business. And it has been truly an honor to be able to do that. It is an honor to be a mother, a daughter, a sister, an aunt. Every single one of those roles I take very seriously. Oh, and let's not forget friend. Yes, everybody has friends. So let's not forget the beautiful sacredness of those relationships. So on Women's Day today, here's my invite to you. Are you willing to take off the costume? Are you willing to stop living for other people and to live for yourself and make decisions for yourself and choices for yourself? Are you willing? And if you're willing, what magic would that create for you? That is my invite to you. Hold your magnificence. Hold your divinity. Hold the brilliance in which you were born. Hold the job description you came to on Project Earth. So much love to each and every one of you as you celebrate Women's Day. And know that I'm only a social media link away. So you can follow me on quantumbusinessgrowth.ca. You can follow me on LinkedIn under GV Saran or on Instagram under GV Saran. And I would be honored to answer any one of your questions. With so much love to each and every one of you, from my heart to yours, happy Women's Day.
Hi, my name is Bert Martin Ohnemüller. I am a high-performance business philosopher who is crazy enough to believe in a world where people do what they do with love and passion. I dream about a world where companies and organizations are role models for the society. I call this a truly value-based business world. And about women, I believe the future is not only human, it's female. Why? Because the female brain has everything it needs to solve all the problems in this world which were mainly caused from male brains. And finally, if I may give you a little recommendation, I would like to say, ladies, focus on your superpowers, your 3 superpowers, your emotional intelligence, your empathy, and your communicative skills. Try not to become a better man. Focus on your real strength. This is what we need. This is what the world needs. And it needs all of us to make this beautiful planet a better world. Happy Women's Day. All the best. Bert Martin Onemüller.
Hello, I'm Shaima Taysir, woman who has many lives in one lifetime. Woman who walks through many rooms, from boardrooms to classrooms, from moments of quiet reflection to stages that change lives. I am a holistic architect of human and organizational thriving, strategist who advocates for neurodiversity and women empowerment. Born and rooted in Egypt, shaped by curiosity about what makes us truly thriving, carrying the spirit of both strength and tenderness that our region holds beautifully. Through my work with leaders, change makers, organization, I have discovered one truth. Despite all hidden pressures, all noise of responsibility, expectation, perfection, and trying to be enough, each and every woman carries her superpower within. My path wasn't linear, it was a journey of reinvention. And yes, I found my calling in coaching, where I could bridge about what I always believed, that the true change starts from inside before it shows outside. Actually, my work is where science meets soul and leadership meets love, where my programs bring together heart with strategy, and my conversation awaken what we have forgotten about ourselves. I believe that leadership isn't about title, it's about to live in alignment with who you really are. And I've seen that before. When women remembers themselves, they become unstoppable. Whether I'm working with CEO, a young woman finding her voice, or an organization seeking transformation, I have always the same mission: help communities build foundation and to reconnect people with their essence, their truth, their why, and their humanity. People ask me, Shaima, what do you think the greatest superpower women have? I always have the same answer. Is our capacity to transform pain into purpose. And that's I've witnessed in my own life and in the life of thousands of women that I have coached. We fall, we break, we rise, but differently, deeper, and wiser. When I faced my own moments of uncertainty, and when life challenged everything I thought I knew about strength, I realized something profound. Our softness, it's not weakness. Our softness is strength refined by grace. Yes, women have such incredible ability to turn chaos into clarity. wounds into wisdom, silence into stories, stories into strength, challenges into change, and life into legacy. That's our alchemy. That's our superpower. Readiness, resilience, love, and intuition. Here is the secret. Power doesn't grow when you're trying to be everything to everyone. Powers grow when you come home to yourself. So today, I invite you to pause and ask yourself, what part of me I have silenced to be accepted? What dream I have postponed, waiting for a permission? Or because I thought that I'm not ready? Part of me have I the need to make others feel comfortable? What truth am I still whispering while it deserves to be spoken? When will I be ready to say that truth out loud? Your power will never expand in noise. It expands in presence. You choose to honor yourself, your energy, your story, boundaries, and your worth. Actually, the world doesn't need a perfect woman. It needs an authentic one who leads from within. Learning that the moment I've stopped trying to fit what the world expected of me, started honoring what was authentic to me. Here, everything changed. This is what I'm teaching today. Leadership from within, where strategy meets soul, where growth meets healing, and where success meets purpose. Yeah, our superpower starts to flourish when we stopped performing and start embodying. So, take care of your mind like a leader. Protect your energy like a queen. Nurture your soul like the divine force that you are. And if my words spoke to you or touch your heart, I would love to stay connected. You can find me on LinkedIn, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, and Thread, where I share reflections, tools, programs, and holistic coaching journeys that help women step into their power with purpose and grace while rising with confidence and consciousness. Till we meet or connect, just remember, you are not behind, you are becoming. You are the story, you are the movement, you are the power the world is waiting for. You already have what it takes. You already hold the key. And all you need to do is to unlock. So today, choose yourself, reclaim meaning, honor your rhythm, manage your energy, lead with love, remember who you are, and let the world feel your life. Stay safe.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Kaisa Siipilehto from the happiest country in the world, Finland, now living in London with my family. I help impact-driven individuals to create what they value in life and business. Rising business and thought leaders come and work with me to really discover their strong suits, how to sell and market their expertise, trust themselves, and become the trusted experts in their field. Since 2020, I've been running a global online business, creating memories on 4 different continents with my family, while I've been guiding over 3,000 professionals like yourself from more than 50 different nationalities. This has really enriched my life and my experience. So today you can get access to the strategies, the knowledge I've gathered over 15 years in developing businesses, brands, and professional careers that, together with coaching methods, have helped hundreds and hundreds to save time in creating what's important for them. So as a leadership and personal branding coach, founder, solopreneur of Livia Joy, I am delighted to share my insights with you. So thank you, Vivian and Har, for inviting me to share with your community. You wanted to know what I think is the #1 superpower women have. Well, it's hard to name one because we have so many. But if I would have to choose what really differentiates women, what's our superpower that we haven't maybe fully utilized, it's the complexity. And what I mean by that is that we have this down-to-earth approach to look at big picture, to really see all the aspects of whether it is issues, challenges, or even opportunities, and break that complex big issues into smaller chunks, something simple and what everyone can understand, and implement it from organizational level to an individual. But not only have we then this ability to see the future and have a strategic approach to it, but also consider the people involved. Not only regulate our emotions, but others too, and have compassion along the way. So we have this respect for others, and we can understand that if we want to create big things, changes, transformations, that together we get further. So I wanted to share 3 things, what I consider that how you can really cultivate and maximize this superpower, which I would say is underutilized, or we haven't given the full credit that it deserves. First of all, I want you to look at your self-worth. Really take deep dive into yourself before thinking of any targets you have and desires. But really notice like what you are capable of, what you have achieved so far. If it's hard to notice your strengths and skills, think about like what are the areas that people come and ask your help, what kind of feedback you received, because these are great indicators. What do other people value in you? When you know more about yourself, who you are, what do you stand for, and what are you capable also providing and contributing, then I want you to think big. Then it's time for that future vision, what kind of targets you have, and use that complexity, all the strategic thinking and regulating your emotions, managing the complexity to get there. But we only create what we think we are worthy of. So take ownership of who you are, the skills you have, the strengths, the natural characteristics you have. Then secondly, I want you to cultivate the togetherness that we often help others to do. But what skills and resources you already have to pursue your vision and mission, and where you could ask some help. It made a whole lot difference when I got coaching and mentoring, when I acquired that and actually said like, yes, I do want help. I was a bit stubborn. I was like, yeah, I can manage all these things alone, but to run a business, it has a lot of things involved. So it made a big difference for me. Not only for myself, but I see this in my clients too, who've experienced burnouts, maybe even too, or they are very close to that. Because yes, as women, this is one of the superpowers too, we are more resilient than we think we are. not only are we able to create life, so now I'm speaking to moms, and being a mom of a young boy is like, that takes a lot of resilience. We are capable of bringing life to this earth. So yeah, we are capable of a lot of things, but you don't need to survive, struggle, and manage alone. So ask help, get the resources that you need. And thirdly, I want you to bring a joy to what you're doing. Often we are so busy just grinding, hitting deadlines that we might forget to have fun along the way, give credit and celebrate even small wins. So think about what would bring fun to the actions that you're doing. If you like doing with people, just invite people along. That's it from me today. I hope to connect with you. You can find me on LinkedIn, Kaisa Siivilehto, the only one in the world. You can see it on the screen how it's spelled, or to go to my website liveyourjoy.com, and there's many other resources available or ways to connect with me. So I look forward to hearing from you. What are you looking to create, and how you can really cultivate and maximize not only the superpower of complexity, but what are you really the unique strengths and skills that you have. Happy Women's Day, or whenever you're listening to this. Thank you, amazing community. I look forward to learning from you and others.
Hello everyone, happy Women's Day today. Glad to be here sharing this day with you. It's a joy and honor to join the celebration, a day that belongs not only to women, but to all of us also who celebrate women. My name is Theophanis and I come from Greece, a country that historically is known for its respect and the role of women in our society. From the ancient times, for the goddesses, the wise goddesses that Zeus would listen to, and the daughters and mothers and grandmothers that kept this nation, the families, villages, and dreams alive through the difficult 400 years of Ottoman rule. And whenever I travel, whether I travel to Europe or Greece or anywhere actually in the world, Asia, that I've been several times actually, I find the same quiet strength, and women give to all of us, and trust that share with all of us. The light that makes families resilient, human, and societies peaceful. Work environments better. More bonding, more sharing. Today is not a day to only say thank you. It's a day to celebrate and share and give the precious things to women: respect, safety, opportunity, and the bold trust in their voice and their vision. Because when women rise in communities, when they contribute in their role much more significantly, communities not only become richer, they tend to heal. Heal from wounds, heal from differences. So to every woman today, whether in Vietnam or Greece or anywhere in the world, I want to thank you for being the light in my life, and I believe the light in society as a whole, that keeps our path clear and our direction safe. And to everyone, men and women listening to this, let's celebrate today by a gift of recognition, love, or flower to every woman in our lives. Happy Women's Day.
Hello everyone, this is Angela Lee Yi from Hong Kong, China. I'm born, raised, educated in Hong Kong, and I'm now a slasher after 25 years of my corporate experience across 3 different sectors, public, private, and NGO, over almost 10 to 12 different industries. So I have a lot of diversity under my arm, and also the fact that right now, after 12 years of my setting up my own practice, I'm also the founder and director of A.L Consulting. Of course, it stands for my initials, Angela Lee, plus another 2 very important words that I embrace every day is authenticity and leadership. So I'm a slasher, as mentioned. I'm an author of the book called Love to Lead, Lead with Love, Finding Your True North in Life. This is a book which I have a hard copy and is also now in the Library of Hong Kong. Plus, I have an online copy and as well as an audio book, which I recorded by myself in the studio. Because when I was young, I loved to be a DJ or a radio host. But I didn't really explore the opportunity because I thought this is not really a career in those days. So I'm very, very happy that I can have one of my dreams come true. So besides being an author, I'm also a leadership and transformational coach. I'm the ICF Hong Kong chapter, International Coaching Federation chapter of Hong Kong as president. And I'm also a consultant on human capital, plus a facilitator on soft skills training like leadership, about emotional intelligence, resilience, change management, culture transformation, self-awareness, personal identity, values, your halftime. So any topics that relate to personal, how you become a better version of yourself, for the organization, and for the community at large. So I would say my top 3 values representing who I am would be authenticity, love, and wisdom. I think you need to really be true to yourself, especially time is limited. And we can only be the best version of ourselves because we are all very unique in this world. God makes us all very differently and no one is the same. At the same time, I think you need to love what you do what you love, and bring that love and passion to the people, to the work you do, to the experience you're giving to others. And people can feel it. The third thing is wisdom. Wisdom is very different from intelligence. Wisdom is something you acquired through life. Time is the essence of it. And throughout the diverse experience I have, I've learned so much from all the leaders, mentors, team members, my family, friends, all my contacts, ICF, and a lot of other volunteer work I've been doing in the past to really equip myself because the world is too big. There's so many things that we need to learn to equip ourselves to be able to thrive in this future world. And what superpower, if you ask me, that I think women now have? I think women is like water. It's very flexible, agile, gentle. There's this feminine power behind it. But at the same time, as a woman, we play different roles. We may be a daughter, granddaughter of someone, wife, mother, sister, friend, whatever roles you're playing. So with all these different hats, I think we need to be really adaptable and resilient in order to manage all these multiple roles in your own life in order to succeed. So I think trying to have the courage to be yourself, to speak up, to have a voice. Like now, I'm very, very honored to be invited to share on behalf of Hong Kong, China, as women leader, as women around the world also facing different challenges, and how we can embrace the identity of femininity as a woman. And let me see what else I want to say here. I think as a woman, we also sometimes might have this identity of like, am I good enough? The imposter syndrome. Also, I think sometimes we felt like our voice are not important, but actually it's not. God makes us differently, both men and women, and we need each other to be good partners, to be complementary, to make the world a better place, no matter where you are at. So how can we maximize our superpower? I think one of the things I felt like is to really have your me time, self-love, self-care, and to really raise that self-awareness when you reflect on who you are. Only by doing that, we can only learn, relearn, unlearn, to become again a better version of ourselves at any time, because we only live once and we don't want to have any regrets. So I would say there's many qualities in women that we can uphold, especially nowadays. I think emotional intelligence is another thing that is very important in this world. It's not just IQ. We talk about EQ, AQ, adversity quotient. And with the days coming by with AI, artificial intelligence, digital transformation, I think the human touch, the human connection is getting more important, because we all have a heart. AI doesn't have a heart. So how can you all best connect with me? I think through LinkedIn. So I love to connect further, because I would love to share more about my personal journey and yours. And I think we can always learn from each other through this collective journey of being a woman, and to be proud to be a woman. So again, thank you very much for inviting me, to really wishing Vietnamese, happy Women's Day, and to celebrate the voice of women around the world. Thank you so much. Take care. God bless.
Hello and good morning, good afternoon and good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Iceland. My name is Héðinn Sveinbjörnsson and I am from Iceland. And I am a chief happiness officer, or I'm just looking for happiness. And when I was asked about doing this video, I immediately thought about our history and how women in Iceland have totally made history again and again and again. And when I'm 8 years old, on October 24th, 1975, women, all females, they just said, no, we are not doing this. We are going on a strike. And 25,000 women, they gathered in the center of our capital, Reykjavik, and where they showed that without them, without female participation in society, they could just flip the coin and say, like, nothing will happen. And on this day, and I will quote a lady who gave a speech, and the quote is, "The woman is waking up. She knows that men have ruled the world since stories began. And what has world been like? It has been soaked in blood and ablaze with suffering. I believe that this world will change when women begin to govern equally with men. I want, and I believe that you all want, for the world to disarm. Everything else is political scheming and hypocrisy. We want to resolve conflicts without weapons." End quote. End of quote. What happened after this is that in 1980, 5 years later, Vigdís Finnbogadóttir was elected as the first female president in the whole wide world. And that is a woman with extraordinary powers, superpowers. She was so fantastic. And for me, she was kind. She was, you can just see how she radiates like such a good thing. And she changed a whole lot and how we thought and how we did things and stuff. And to go to present day, last year in 2024, we got 3 ladies in charge. So on the top picture, you can see the former president with the current president in the brown jacket. That is our prime minister. Then our bishop, she's a female. And so this is just a remarkable story that women are equal to men. Well, of course there are some things that are different, but ultimately I think our brains are quite similar when they open them up and check if there is something different. But I will tell you, my wife, we have been together for almost 40 years, and she is my rock, she is my soulmate, and her superpower is that nothing can stop her. She can do whatever she likes, and she can do whatever she sets her mind to. And that she has also taught our daughter. Women's superpower is, of course, the fabulous thing of carrying the children of this world. And that is a major thing, because I think that we men, we could not do it, because we are just not good at it. And so I send my best greetings to women of the world, and I will celebrate the Women's Day in Vietnam. I will be with you in my thoughts, and just remember, ladies, that whatever you do, you can do it equally or a little bit better than us guys, and show your daughters and their daughters that women can do whatever they set their minds to. So thank you, and have a wonderful day on the 20th of October. Goodbye.
I'm French, and I've been living in Morocco for 27 years. I spent more time in this country than in my home country. I work in the very exciting profession of professional coaching and training, so I support leaders, teams, and organizations in their development. Before that, I held several management positions within both Moroccan small and medium enterprise and multinational corporation. My last role as an employee was with the French Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Morocco. I was responsible for French investors looking to explore the Moroccan market, and I worked with fantastic teams and met very interesting people like political and economic leaders. Through these diverse experiences and my cultural background, I have developed what I believe is a sharp perspective in Morocco, France, and the relationship between the two countries. For 27 years, I have been enriched by this cultural difference, which now allows me to make a greater impact in my coaching work. So what superpower do you think women are having? I think that women have the ability to deal with different roles. That means wife, daughter, mother, manager, volunteer, sister, friend also, which give them a certain agility and strength. They are also resilient, very resilient in the face of life issues. Some are true fighters. My advice to maximize this superpower it would be listen to yourself above all else. Don't get lost in your different worlds. Respect your identity. There are no limits. Dare to try, fail, and start again. Always be authentic and always be passionate about what you make, and stay true to yourself. Don't worry about conventions. Be free, vibrant, sincere, and sometimes you may feel like giving up because your strength might fail you. In those moments, please make a pause. Take care of yourself and then start again. Never give up. If you want to reach me, you can visit my LinkedIn profile on my website, www.coachrenaissance.com. Thank you very much.
Hey, this is Arthur Carmazzi, best-selling author and currently ranked as the world's #1 thinker in organizational culture. Okay, so I'm also known for a lot of work I've done in work gamification and AI. But I've been asked to basically give an understanding of what I feel a woman's superpower is. Well, let me kind of give you a little bit of an idea of where I'm coming from, first of all. So women and men are not necessarily, one superpower more than the other, okay? Because ultimately it's about the energy that you have. You can have feminine energy and you can have masculine energy. The feminine energy is the ability to kind of connect and flow and just kind of, be attractive for essentially just having that energy around you that people just kind of go like, oh, wow. Okay. But also the masculine energy of, well, basically kicking ass and taking names and just doing stuff, getting things done. So ultimately, the process, if you also have an understanding of the brain's ambiguity relief process, or what we know as colored brain, how you get clarity, can also vary from male to female. Okay, so you may be very logical as a female, you also may be very kind of empathetic and connected, okay, and vice versa as a male and so on. You can have these different ways of getting clarity. It could be very detailed, or you can just be like, hey, let's just do it. Okay, so as a woman, the real superpower that you have is the diversity. See, a woman has a much larger spectrum of being able to go from feminine to masculine. Okay, where a male, yes, you can have feminine energy in a male. And, the thing is, though, that there is a limited spectrum. We as men, kind of have this like masculine thing, and the feminine thing is like, well, sometimes we're not allowed to kind of show that so well in various societies, right? Okay, so a woman, on the other hand, she can be her absolute feminine self, okay, turn around, go to the office and be the CEO of a major conglomerate and be tough, okay? And it's acceptable and it is powerful, because that kind of diversity can really achieve some serious results that are going to give you more diversity in your potential to achieve results that are ultimately going to be also connecting different kinds of people and different levels to essentially achieve their best selves. See, as a woman, you have the unique essence of being able to connect different energies in different people and connect the people themselves to, well, essentially their higher purpose. And in the current age of technology, that is even more powerful, because you can take what you know, what you have, what you feel, what you connect with, and you can literally build anything around that. Before, I mean, you'd have to have money and time and all kinds of stuff. But now with AI, you are able to bring out the true persona of who you are in all of your diversity. See, sometimes people pigeonhole us. Oh, you're like that. Okay, but you're not, right? And now you can express yourself in so many different ways and really flourish as the beautiful human person that you are. This is Arthur Karmazi. If you want to look for me, well, just look up Arthur Karmazi on Google, or you can go to karmazi.net. Okay, and if you're looking for anything related to organizational culture, gamification, Colored Brain, okay, you can look up those things as well, coloredbrain.com. You can find us on directivecommunication.com. So anything else that you want to look for related to organizational culture, work gamification, having fun at work, basically, and developing better humans through AI, you can look me up. This is Arthur Karmazi, wishing you great success.
Hi, how are you everyone? It was a great pleasure to share with you some wishes about the upcoming 20th October Happy Vietnamese Women's Day. My name is Dr. Mohammad Zakirul Karim. I am now working in Bangladesh as a head of ICT DRV Dhaka Hospital. I also the country director of AACI America. I used to work in Vietnam for 10 years. A lot of people knows me. I work almost all the big hospitals, started from FV Hospital, Nguyen Binh Viet Phap. Then I also work in Han Phuc and Huan Mi Group, Vinmec Healthcare Group, Phung Chao, and lastly, before the last assignment, I was the CEO of City International Hospital. During my stay in Vietnam for last 10 years, I see the power of the women. The Vietnamese women are very strong, high resilience, and they have the courage to do their assignment very nicely. The current contribution in the healthcare, particularly I am from the healthcare industry, so I know about healthcare. In the healthcare, we see a lot of colleagues from Vietnamese women who are not only contributing, they are thriving. They are very high performing and they are encouraging the whole team towards the direction. My best wishes to all the women, the sisters who are working with me and who are working in Vietnam for 20th October Happy Women's Day. Wish you all the best with happiness and full of smile. Bye.
Hi, I am Marco Houwen, an entrepreneur and executive coach and a strategic advisor from Luxembourg, in the middle of Europe. What superpower do you think women are having? Well, women have the capacity to feel and to see connection where we men have a big challenge. So as women, it is extremely important to really leverage that capacity, because that gives you the edge which is necessary to create more consciousness in the world and more consciousness in their own world, but also more consciousness in business if they are running businesses. So they should really stop trying to mimic whatever examples and heroes we could see in business, which are mostly men, and be really concentrating on being their best selves, on really concentrating to aligning this intuition, this connect they can create with their business acumen, which they do use normally. So if you'd like to connect with me, just reach out on LinkedIn or send me an email on marco@zentrapreneur.com. Thank you very much.
Hello, beautiful souls. I am Jenny Landgren, a behavioral scientist, leadership coach, and author from Sweden. My work and my life revolve around one living truth: expansion. Not expansion that comes from striving, proving, or pushing harder, but expansion that comes from remembering who we already are. Because the new era of leadership and the new era of womanhood isn't about force. It's about flow. It's about alignment. It's about creating from a place of inner clarity where our actions rise naturally from who we are, not from what we're trying to prove. And that alignment is what I believe to be the superpower of women. It's our ability to feel energy, to sense timing, to hold both softness and strength, to lead with intuition, compassion, and quiet power. That is our edge. That is what makes us extraordinary. Our greatest superpower as women is energetic alignment. It's that quiet inner guidance that knows the difference between a yes that expands you and a yes that drains you. It's the inner compass that tells you when to rise, when to rest, when to act, and when to allow. When we honor that inner rhythm, we stop chasing and we start attracting. And life begins to meet us where we truly are. To live in that alignment, to use that superpower, we must slow down enough to listen, to let silence speak, because clarity doesn't come from doing more. It comes from being more present. Every time you choose integrity over image, truth over expectation, you are leading from energy, not effort. That is leadership, and that is wealth. That is power in its purest, most magnetic form. As a woman, a mother of 3, and the founder of a thriving coaching business, I've learned this truth again and again. Flow creates far greater results than force ever will. When we stop gripping outcomes and begin leading from alignment, we step into a current force stronger than control. We access the intelligence beyond strategy and feminine intelligence that guides expansion with grace, precision, and power. So every woman listening, you are not behind. You are blooming on time. You don't need to chase what's meant for you. What is meant for you will always find you. When you stand in your essence, trust your rhythm, trust your energy, trust the quiet superpower that has always lived within you, because your expansion, your way of leading, creating, and loving, it's not just for you, it is for all of us. And if you'd like to stay in this conversation about feminine power and entrepreneurship, you'll find me on LinkedIn, and I will love continue rising together.
Hi everyone, this is Dr. Saad Usmani. I'm a senior HR professional, a coach and a consultant from Pakistan. And I would like to send my regards and my best wishes with warmth on this Vietnamese Women's Day. I understand that Women's Day is celebrated on 20th of October every year. And this year, I'm sure that you all will enjoy and celebrate it with full thrust. It is usually said that behind every man there is a successful woman, but in my case, there are 2, my mother and my wife, both. So I see them work every day, throughout the day, from morning until the evening. And I feel and I believe that women are very, very strong individuals. They have the power to address any challenging situation at the 11th hour, and they are also very good planners. So planning and managing the exigencies both are very well managed by women, and this is, I believe, as one of the most important strengths that they have. Very resilient, change-driven, challenge-driven, and self-motivated. So I feel that this self-motivation is something which is very much a very important quality, and it should be maintained by the upcoming females who are taking charge in their lives, may it be a professional life or a personal life, but in my view, it applies to both. And when you are resilient, you need to make sure that you maintain your health. Your lifestyle is very, very important. Please make sure that you take enough rest to recharge yourself on daily basis, because recharging requires you to focus on your own health, your energy, and it is also very, very important to rejuvenate. So take good care of yourself, have healthy food, and make sure that you balance your diet as well, so that you are very much active throughout the day. And I understand that females, they work, they start their working early in the morning, and their working lasts late at night. So before they go to sleep, they need to also make sure that they take some kind of a relaxation action, or do some sort of an exercise or activity which relax them, remove stress from both their mind and their body. It is very, very important to continuously recognize the effort of women who are contributing on daily basis. It is also very important to look around you and help them in one way or the other, to make sure that they stay motivated and they feel valued. So once again, I wish all the Vietnamese women all the very best, and good luck. So I am very much reachable on my LinkedIn account as well as on my Facebook. Please reach out in case you need any kind of advice, help and support in your personal and professional lives. Since I'm a coach as well, I believe that I will be able to facilitate in addressing any kind of challenge that you're facing in your daily work life or personal life. Thank you.
Hello Vietnam, hello world. My name is Sandy Mora. I'm a master in human potential development, an author, an international speaker, and a trainer. And I call myself an organizational cardiologist because I take care of the heart of the organization. Its people, its purpose, its culture. So I'm here to talk about the superpowers that women have. And I think that most of them are undervaluated in the corporate world, or they used to be. Thankfully, things are starting to change. So some of these superpowers that we as women have are in the most valuable soft skills needed nowadays for this world. Empathy, connection with our emotions that help us see the other, see their emotions, connect with them, be trustworthy, be more human. We can be more understanding thanks to that. We're also very good at problem solving and looking the whole picture and taking into account different perspectives, because we're wired that way. We connect things, we think about many things at the same time, and that's a very important skill nowadays. We're also very creative. We're in touch with our intuition, more in touch. I think this is also very needed nowadays to navigate the uncertainty and being creative and resourceful to take advantage of whatever it is that we have. And I think women are very good at that. We're very good at connection, so socializing, bonding with other people, creating bridges of understanding. So that makes us also good at negotiating. And one thing that is very, very important, which is validating people, making people feel seen and understood. We're not afraid to show our vulnerability, and that also helps create a more trusting environment. And we know trust is a very important ingredient to help build a psychologically safe environment for people to thrive. And we know that teams that have high psychological safety and high trusting teams are also high performers. So these are very valuable skills that we tend to diminish or not give them so much importance sometimes, but they are very, very important in what I call open-hearted leadership, which is so needed these days. We are also, because we have the ability to be mothers, not necessarily be, but we have that possibility. We have this vision of taking care of future generations and doing things that not necessarily benefit us directly, but we know will benefit for the future other generations. And I also think that is a superpower that we need to cultivate. Keep growing your skills, keep being in touch with your heart and your emotions, keep connecting with others, and keep being these leaders that the world needs. You can find me at sandymora.com. You can also find my book, Emotional Alchemy, The Art of Transforming Adversity into Gold of Personal Growth, in Amazon, in English, in your Amazon store. You can also find me in LinkedIn as Sandy Mora MX. I hope we stay in touch and keep making the world a better place. Thank you so much.
Hello, happy International Women's Day. My name is Kannan Hariharan. I'm calling from Bangalore, India. And Ha is a very good friend of mine. I'm so happy to do this for you, Ha. And I'm so delighted to know that you are doing an initiative like this on this occasion. Diversity and inclusion is close to my heart. I worked with PepsiCo for more than 21 years, and that is where I deepened my knowledge and expertise in the space of diversity and inclusion. Since I left PepsiCo for the last 5 years, I am an independent consultant. I work with organizations to build leadership, coach them, and build talent. I'm also on the advisory board of a company which is in the space of diversity, equity, and inclusion. The company's name is Avatar. And I'm on their advisory board, and I help their key clients build their journey in the space of diversity and inclusion. Gender diversity and women's participation in the workplace is something that we all need to continuously keep focusing, because the journey is long, arduous, and also it is well deserved from the workforce participation of women. So that is why the subject is very close to my heart, and I'm happy to share this news. I'm also happy because I worked in Vietnam while I was in PepsiCo for almost 8 years, and that is where I had a lot of experience in developing talent. And one of the core focus areas for me to develop talent was more women in the leadership level at the workplace. I had the privilege of working with some of my wonderful colleagues, women colleagues, including some mentors, women leaders who have been my mentors. And I had the opportunity to meet some outstanding talent. Earlier when I was in Vietnam, I was told that there is a war for talent, there is not enough talent and all of that. But over the years, especially women are more and more talented. They are coming out. There are so many role models, and I wish to see more and more of them coming forward and taking on very, very important roles, playing an important role not only in building an organization, building business in Vietnam, but also in the social space, right? So my best wishes to every women leader, every woman in the world today to bring out their best, and the entire society will support all of them. I personally commit to support gender diversity and building an equitable workforce participation. Thank you and all the very best.
Hello everyone, I'm Sharon Damel and I'm a leadership strategist, originally from Ireland and now living in Portugal. I work with leaders and teams to strengthen their confidence, their clarity and collaboration, especially in growing organizations. When I think about women's superpowers, I can't name just one. For me, it's a combination of deep listening, empathy, and practical problem solving. It's about the ability to really hear what someone is struggling with, to understand their context, and then help them find a practical next step they can use in their everyday or next meeting or leadership moment. And that's where real empowerment happens, not in theory, but in action. So my advice for today would be to trust your experience and insight, but also to act on it. Don't just sense what needs to change, shape it. Use your empathy and clarity to make things better, one conversation at a time. And if you'd like to connect and find me on LinkedIn at Sharon Damel or through my website, sharondamel.com. I'd love to continue the conversation.
Hello everyone, my name is Jonathan Lau and I'm a global conference speaker, a master trainer and a leadership executive coach. For over 2 decades now, I've partnered with leaders and teams across 42 different countries, helping them to elevate their leadership, sales and service performance through adaptability and emotional intelligence. Well, today I'm honored to join all of you in celebrating this remarkable women of Vietnam, right? To all of you and the women everywhere on this special Vietnamese Women's Day. If I could think of one incredible superpower that women possess, I would say that it has to be compassion. Compassion is the quiet strength that unites people, heals relationship, and inspire change. It is the power to care deeply, to lift others even when life feels heavy, and to turn understanding into action. And what I'd like to really share is that, true compassion is not about weakness. It is about courage with kindness, strength with softness. Every act of compassion, no matter how small, creates a ripple that transforms families, workplace, and community. So, how can you maximize this beautiful superpower of yours? So here are 3 takeaways or reflection that I may have for you. So first of all, be compassionate to yourself first, because you can't really pour from an empty cup. Self-care allows you to light and shine brighter for other people, right? So make sure that you give yourself compassion first. Second point is really turn empathy into action. Just don't feel for someone, be there for them. A listening ear and encouraging word can transform a life. And last but not least, lead with both heart and also purpose. When compassion guides your leadership, you create trust, belonging, and the impact that will be lasting and sustainable. So as I speak from you from Malaysia, I wish and every woman to remember this, that your compassion is truly your superpower, your strength. It is what makes you radiant, resilient, and remarkable. So may you continue to lead with love, live with courage, and inspire with compassion. Happy Vietnamese Women's Day from my heart to yours. Stay well, everyone. Jonathan Lau from Malaysia.
Hello, I'm Ambassador Terry Earthwind Nichols, and this is my wife, love of my life, and business partner, Linda Vetras Nichols. We are clarity and next step strategists. Our Throw Out Your Goals Vision Strategy Roadmap is bringing pleasure back into the lives of stressed out entrepreneurs. Linda and I have lived in the Great Smoky Mountains of Western North Carolina for almost 13 years now. I was born in Montana and raised in Idaho and traveled the world while I was in the U.S. Navy. Linda was born and raised in Minnesota. I grew up moving around so much that I attended 7 high schools and still managed to graduate. 13 years in one place is the longest time I've ever spent anywhere in the world, which is pretty cool. I am a Native American, which I didn't find out until I was 46 years old. This is the land of my blood, where we live. Both Linda and I really enjoy being here in Asheville, North Carolina.
Yes, we still have the 4 seasons of Minnesota, only milder. When it comes to superpowers, women are the masters of transformation. They're continuously reinventing themselves. Our keen intuition keeps us feeling safe, grounded, and able to stay in flow. We can't go through transformation unless we do our own inner work. And inner work is never done. So keep going. We evolve when we connect with others. Our ego expects us to arrive. Our soul is here to experience the experience.
Women are collaborative and are used to making quick, intuitive decisions with positive outcomes. When women disconnect from themselves, they get all up into their head. If this happens, I teach, make decisions with your heart, use your soul for counsel, and your brain for storage. Linda likes to add temporary storage, which I agree. It's best not to keep a ton of information in our heads.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, dump it out, ladies. Dump it out on paper or into your computer.
One of the Native American teachings I received is called decision circles. It's an exercise you can do when faced with a major decision. Make a pot with your left hand and put all the negative outcomes you can think of in this decision in that hand. And then you make a pot with your right hand and put all of the positive outcomes into that one. Then you put the hands together and join the pots. And then I was taught you blow them into the air. The negative, heavy thoughts and outcomes fall to the earth. The lighter, airy outcomes go out into the world. That's a beautiful way of doing things. This keeps you fully present. And presence is the point where manifestation becomes action. Does that make sense?
Many Western societies teach that things are either good or bad. And there is a shadow side to everything. That's what I believe. For women, the shadow side of empathy is losing touch with who you really are. In other words, who you were growing up. Our brains are set up differently from men, and we seem to be able to multitask. Yet science shows us there's no such thing as multitasking, and attempting to do so is quite exhausting. Communicating how we feel comes easy. When those expressions are punished or disregarded, we learn to swallow our words and emotions. Perhaps this is why women tend to deal with more issues of autoimmune dis-ease than men.
Feel free to connect with us. Our website is evolutionaryhealer.com. We have 2 company pages on LinkedIn, Evolutionary Healer and Earth Wind Media. You can also visit our individual profiles there as well. We honor all of you on this Vietnamese Women's Day. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lynn Leahy, and I'm talking to you from England. I've actually come out into the gardens of a hotel. I'll be running a workshop in tomorrow, just to show you some of the lovely autumn colours that we have here in England in October. So it's a bit chilly, I've got my coat on. And I'm so pleased to be invited to speak to you on Vietnamese Women's Day. I spent 2 weeks in Vietnam in April and loved the country, had some fantastic experience with some very impressive Vietnamese women, so it feels a pleasure to be involved. And they asked me to talk through 4 things with you. The first was just to tell you a bit about myself. So I'm a speaker. I've been privileged to speak in more than 20 countries, and I didn't intend to be a speaker. I was working as a marital counsellor, and I was seeing repetitive patterns in why relationships were failing. And I just thought, you know, we all need to know this. because before things get so bad. And so I actually set up a night class, really, just for people in my local area, put up my handmade posters, and this is 30 years ago, and over 40 people arrived. It just made me realise there was a need. And so from then I built a business, set up a company, and my areas of speciality are developing your emotional intelligence and helping people reduce the chances of unhealthy conflict arising, or if it does arise, at least knowing how best to deal with it. And those things are obviously very important to just help your own sanity and to have great relationships. So that's who I am. I was a director of a company, and I still speak now, but I've chosen to work more intensively with people rather than doing shorter workshops. The other question was, what do you think women's superpower is? And I think women have all sorts of different superpowers. I really do. I think the one that strikes me the most is their resilience. And I know men have resilience too, but it feels like a different kind of resilience to me. Women, I think, have this ability to just be versatile, get up, dust themselves down, deal with all that nitty-gritty, difficult things that comes at us in life. And, you know, particularly if you're a working mum, you know, I've been a working mum, I'm a grandma now, and it's complicated, it's hard. And I think I see that in women. You know, when I was in Vietnam, as I said, the impressive women I met were juggling so many balls and doing it with such good grace, really. So I think that's a superpower, and how you can develop it more in yourself is severalfold. I think one of the things to do is to really give energy to your network of friendships. And I had a mentor who said, take great care of your female friends, they'll help you all your life. And it isn't just women, of course, you know, we can have male friends as well who can help us. But I think there's something very strong about having a strong female network to support yourself as you go through the complexities in life. I know that's helped me enormously. But you have to give time and energy to it. It's so easy when life is busy to not reach out to people, to not keep the connections going. So I would urge you to do that as a great support network for yourself. And even if you've got a loving partner, we never know what the future will bring. And suddenly you can find yourself in a very different situation. And it's great to have friends to turn to. And the other thing that I think develops resilience is just loving to learn and being open to learning in lots of ways, not just going on courses and, you know, e-learning, although those things are great, obviously. But it's being prepared to get to know people from very different backgrounds and outlooks on life to yourselves and be interested in their story. They sometimes help you see options you haven't thought of. They just test your own blind spots a little bit, and that can sometimes help you find a way forward when your own thinking, your way of thinking is limiting the options you're seeing. One of the things I do is if I find a woman who I think, you know, I admire something about what they're doing, I just ask them if they'll help me. And most people will help you if you're not asking for a lot from them. And the best thing to do is just ask if they could help you understand what they think and what they do that's helped them to develop that quality that you admire. And you have to know what somebody thinks before you can even make sense of what they do. So I suppose that's my biggest tip. And the final question it asked me to answer was, you know, how can you best connect with me? Well, you can contact me. I have a website. It's just called Lynn, L-Y-N-N, Leahy, L-E-A-H-Y Talks, T-A-L-K-S. So if, you know, you can send me an email through my website. If there's anything you want to just ask me, happy to help if I'm able to. The other thing that I really wanted to talk to you about was an initiative that I was invited to be involved in, and it sort of brings together skills I have, but we've got an advisory board of 7 people who's going to be working on this. So a wonderful lady who's become a friend called Nyum, I hope I'm saying that right. I still sometimes find Vietnamese pronunciation difficult for me. But she has started an initiative, and she wanted couples before they got married to have a better chance of making a success of it. And if things don't work out, to help them part with less emotional damage to themselves and each other, and taking care of the children as best they can. Sometimes when emotions run high, we know that doesn't happen in relationships. So 7 of us, 3 from other countries and 4 people from Vietnam, mainly social workers, psychologists. We've come together and we're designing a 2-day retreat, which NEWNESS hoping to run at a very, very reasonable rate, so that it'll be open to everybody in the long term who would like to go on it. And we're training initially 10 Vietnamese trainers by exposing them to some of the learning we can offer them, and then they're going to design the retreat and make it their own and make it fit the culture, and tell their own stories too. So I think that's a great initiative, and if you wanted to find out more about it, or people who may wish to go on the retreat or be involved in some way, then Nyum said the best way to become involved is to contact them through the Tam Hung Women's Centre. So that's NHUNG, the Women's House. I'll send along the details, but if you email me through my website, I can always just send you the link as well. So just to say, I wish you all the best. I hope life is kind to you, and I hope you're able to be kind to yourself, because women, we can sometimes be a bit hard on ourselves, can't we? Anyway, it's been a joy talking to you. Show you the last of the autumn colours in Britain. Okay, bye.
Hi everyone, my name is Katie Hassan and I am an executive coach based in Sydney, Australia, and I'm the founder of Ignite Coaching Culture. And I help organizations build scalable internal coaching cultures and leadership and transformation. So happy International Women's Day, and I believe women's strength is her ability to get up time and time and time again, no matter what life throws at her. So it's really about resilience. So even when she's exhausted, heartbroken, uncertainty, she rebuilds from the inside out and keeps on going with absolute tenacity and courage. And what I would say is, to truly protect that strength, we need to pause a lot. We need to give some self-care to make sure that we're watering ourselves so we can have that kind of invisible armor around ourselves. So that is all about resetting your energy through boundaries, connections, and really be the best version of yourself so you can be there to support other people. I would love you to reach out to me via LinkedIn and stay connected. Take care.
Hi, my name is Jim Lippens. I'm from Belgium. And as you see, in Belgium, it's getting colder because we are moving towards fall. And then you see, it's getting colder over here. Now you might know me from one of the previous interviews I did, or you might know me from the Happiness at Work experience. That's a global tour of events, the #1 event globally on employee engagement and corporate well-being. So it's all about how well do you feel at work? Is there an environment where you really can thrive? Is there an environment where you really can be fully yourself? So that's all about Happiness at Work experience. Or you might know me from the model I created. I will zoom in a little bit for the people who want to check it. So the 4-day lean model, and on that 4-day lean model, on the x-axis here, this is the x-axis. The more you follow my finger like that, the more you go into consciousness. So this zone is really the conscious zone. Here is like really even like the spiritual zone. This is really the conscious zone. Now, this is also the feminine side. So this is the feminine zone. The more you go to this side, here you have the masculine side. This is the doing side. The other side is the being side. Here's the balance. The more you go to the other side, here's the more the doing. You can measure statistically. We see that the more you are at this side, the more conscious you are. Now, women score on this scale more conscious than men. So statistically, you can prove that women are more conscious, are more intuitive, are more caring, are more empathic, are better listeners. For me, just they are stronger than men. On the other hand, when I travel to India, the first thing I always see is how unhappy women are. When I enter the airport, I always see like, damn, like, these women are not happy. And you really feel there the pressure kind of the masculine dominance. So the caste system is still installed there, and women are kept kind of small. I don't like to see that. I like to see women like really in their feminine mode. I think they fully thrive only when they can surrender, when they can like really be who they are, feel who they are, and really express their femininity. How can you maximize that superpower? Just by being and staying woman, whatever happens. So just try to be yourself. Just try to express who you are, what you feel, etc. Women are just stronger than men, more conscious. If you want to know more about me or about this model, you always can contact me on LinkedIn. Bye for now.
Women have a tendency to take rather care of the whole, not only of the finance, but the general atmosphere and how people feel. More care for how things look, for the environment. This is statistically shown, but you can also notice in daily life. It's easy to notice. Should men be afraid? No, it's a kind of liberation. It will have a good effect on men to see women rise, to help them rise. It is this time that there will be more balance in female and male accomplishment, powers, leadership. Help it to happen, allow it to happen. Women, be strong, stand up. Men, be supportive. It's normal. It was out of balance, and it will be more in balance. I have the honor of helping many women rising in their life, in their careers.
Hello, so my name is Anna. I'm an executive coach from Lisbon, Portugal, and I'm very happy to be with you here in the Women's Day. So, the first question was about what are the superpowers that I think women are handling or are having. So, I think the first one that comes to my mind is the ability of adaptation to the changing environments, to different roles, to different expectations. So they are very good about that. So women in generally are very good on creating empathy and coming, connecting genuinely. Oh, difficult word for me. Genuinely, yes. And also about building bridges with others. Another thing that I think it's really important for them is their ability of resilience and intuition. So resilience because they are okay with putting together things and persons with a purpose, no matter the challenge is tough. And intuition because they have a special inner wisdom that guides their decisions beyond logic. What else? We could also think about nurturing and empowering people because they like to help others to grow, and they like to share their knowledge. So in summary, I would say women's superpower could be about having or turning complexity into strength and emotion into vision. Then the other question is about what should they do today to maximize their superpowers. Again, I would say that they should work on their self-confidence because sometimes they underestimate their own abilities. So they should know very well their work, their voice, and in generally, I would suggest and I would recommend to keep learning, working on self-leadership, never stop learning. This is my top #1 suggestion. And then the other question is, how can they best connect with you? Well, being honest, coming with openness and curiosity, and engaging in an open dialogue, taking ownership of our own development, and in generally staying connected with the purpose. So I would say together we can build on clarity, confidence, and in a sustainable growth. I don't want to take much time, but I really would like to thank this opportunity and cheer up all women in this fantastic day, because we are really the superpower of our society. Someone once said that if women rules the world would be much better. So my suggestion is for all of us to be proud of what we are, of what we have been achieving during all these years. And so I'm really proud of being a woman, with all my resilience, all my inner power to strive, to go over obstacles, and no matter what is happening, there are no impossibles. So thank you very much, and have a very, very nice day. See you.
Hi, my name is Dorrit Carlsen, and I live on the southwest coast of Norway. I'm a certified leadership by heart coach and a hypnotherapist. I work with people who are stuck on memories from their past that keeps them in a loop that they can't get out of by themselves. Making this video, I was reminded about some of the things that women are struggling with around the world today, even in 2025. Like 68 countries limits women's right to remarry. 18 countries have laws that require a married woman to obey her husband. 93 countries do not have laws requiring equal pay for men and women. This is just a few things that women are struggling with all over the world every day. But I want to remind every single one of you that you have superpowers within you. Superpowers. We have many. To name two is resilience and the ability to adapt. We can adapt to new situations. We can endure so much, and we come out stronger for it. When we break, our inner light shines through. And when we're patched up, it's with gold that glitters and makes us even more beautiful and radiant. To maximize this superpower, look for the strength within. Look for the generational strength. Look for the ancient strength from ancestors that has lived before us. Take a few deep breaths. Listen to your heart. It will not steer you wrong. And know that you have the strength within you to get through this. I can be reached on LinkedIn, or check out my Linktree for other ways to get in touch with me. Linktree is in LinkedIn, on Facebook under Dorrit Carlson Heart Guide, and also the same on Instagram. Happy Women's Day.
Hello, my name is José de Souza. I'm based in Lisbon, Portugal, and I'm a visionary, leadership coach and mentor. I support people with their challenges and opportunities and goals, also in their personal lives, dealing better with stress, with resilience, and the harmonization between their personal and professional lives. Besides that, my aim is to contribute to have a better and more human corporate world, namely during this turbulent phase with all the layoffs that are happening in the tech sector. The superpower that I believe women have is when they use their feminine energy. If they truly embody their essence in their feminine energy, they care for others, they support the colleagues around them, they support their families, and they support the communities they belong to. And in the corporate world, they can do the same. If women going up in their leadership hierarchy continue to try to imitate the men's leadership style, this will not work. So the best for women is really to be themselves, to be who they are, to respect their nature and their true essence. And this will make a big difference in today's world, either in the economic arena, in the corporate world, and also in our society and communities that really need lots of peace, tranquility, and understanding. Women are the true ambassadors, the true caregivers, and they can use this superpower to contribute to a better world. You can reach me in LinkedIn, send me a direct message, José de Souza. You can find me in LinkedIn and connect with me. I'd be delighted to help and support you on your personal and professional goals and challenges. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Duena Blomström. I live in Europe. Thankfully, these days, I'm an author, a LinkedIn top voice, a startup founder, and the author of the concept of human debt. I've done my share of 30 years in the industry. I know you guys can hear the street. That's life. We're on the go with these days. And this is part of my answer. When we need to talk about what women bring to the table that is unheard of and that cannot be replicated by their male counterparts for now, we have to remember our infinite capacity to love. And that's what keeps us going. That's what keeps us, I know it sounds trite and I know you hear this all the time, but in the case of being a woman that has to also be a superhero and has to also exist in environments where it's difficult. I'm AUDHD myself, and I've worked in finance and business my entire life. As you can imagine, that isn't an easy position. And the one thing I've learned is that our capacity to love, our capacity to be empathic, our capacity to always return to what's right, to always remember the good interest of those we love, that is what makes women really, frankly, better off than in general men these days. This isn't their fault, and they have been mistreated by society by not having been taught how to do better in terms of their emotional intelligence and in terms of their capacity of connection. But we are where we are, and it is our superpower, and it's worth leaning into it in this day and age when AI and automation are coming after us, when we are replaceable as knowledge, but we aren't replaceable as humans with feelings who create and love infinitely. So what you can do today to prepare for tomorrow and the tomorrow of superpowers is to trust that your energy, your good energy, your love, your capacity to believe in your dreams, your karma, and everything else that you put good out in the world will come back to you. That is literally the one thing I've learned, is you have to pace your energy and to believe strongly that it's all going to be coming back to you in the positive manner in which you've put it out. So best of luck, everyone. I don't think a woman's journey in business is going to be easier during my lifetime, but hopefully I'm wrong. Thanks, bye.